Technoport for letting us host here, SwiftCode's API, Harbor Compliance, and Mark Software. We cannot put on these events without our sponsors, so thank you guys so much for supporting CakePHP. I also want to give a shout out to the CakePHP core for all they do. Of course, the guys here that were involved in the core panel yesterday, others like Corey and AdMed, just everybody in the core team. Thank you guys so much for all of the work and the time that you put into the project, because we couldn't obviously do it without you. So thank you so much. A few notes. Of course, if you are posting on socials, please hashtag us so we see it, hashtag CakeFest, hashtag CakePHP. You are able to post your questions on our YouTube stream. We are on streaming live on YouTube as well as cakefest.org. You can also post questions in our CakeFest Slack channel. So as the presenters are going, somebody's monitoring it, you can post your questions there. So let's get started today. Oh, one more note. If you are watching the stream, please get your cake ready for tonight, because we hope that you will join in on the cake ceremony with us, even though you can't be here. Let's introduce our first speaker, but he's coming back today, as well as doing a workshop yesterday. A member of the core, it's Michi Hoffmann.
Yeah, good morning. Thanks for having me. And today we will talk about why dog fooding is important for every developer, and how I built my own dog fooding Slack app called GibPotato. I'm Michi. I work as a software engineer at Sentry in Vienna. And there most of my time I spent working on our PHP and Go SDKs, and then also sometimes on my small side project there. If I'm not coding, I really like running around the city, taking photos, and I'm really into everything aviation related. So when you're reading this quote from Michael Scott, it makes total sense that Apple, back then close before they released the first Macintosh, or the first Apple computer, that they would abandon typewriters in their office and start to use their own hardware, right? Because why would anyone buy any product from Apple if they don't use it themselves? Like, how could they have the confidence in their own product if they don't even use the products themselves? And it's also important that not just like people that like develop the hardware and software, no, like everyone at the company should use the product. Yeah, and I think today when you look at an Apple office, probably everyone is wearing an Apple Vision Pro. So, what is dog fooding? It's actually pretty simple. You eat what you cook, you use what you build yourself. So to get started, let's talk a little bit how we at Sentry, which programming languages we used, how we write our software, and also how we dog food the software we write at Sentry. When it comes to new features in Sentry, we normally test them like in our Sentry project, right? So Sentry itself is monitored by Sentry. And every time we add like a new feature to the UI, we put it behind a feature flag, deploy it to production, and then we can test it. And then sometimes shortly after we release it like to a small alpha cohort, could be some customers or other related parties. Then we move it to early access. So this is something our customers can actually opt into. And then for a week or so, we run it there, listen to feedback, fix some stuff. And then later we push it out to GA, so it's available for everyone. And then of course, like we do a monthly release cycle for our self-hosted version. So we just have like one monthly release on GitHub, but the code is of course there. So I actually know a few folks that run like nightly on their own hardware, which is living on the edge. But that's also helps us a lot. So yeah, when it comes to dog fooding, sure, like we have an error in Sentry, we report to Sentry. But with that, there's actually a problem, because Sentry is not just the UI where you can see errors. there's also like a big ingestion pipeline in front of the UI that accepts like all the crashes and performance data. And if there is an error there, then we kind of run into a problem, because where should this report to, right? So that's why we have Sentry for Sentry, right? So this is a completely separate instance of Sentry, and this is basically used to catch like these early ingestion problems, because they would basically create a recursive loop in the normal ingestion pipeline, and that's why we have it. And I heard the tales that there might also be a Sentry for Sentry for Sentry, which in the end is just Sentry again. We came full circle. So the programming languages we use at Sentry, the majority of Sentry is like a big Django monolith. So it's written in Python using the Django framework. And this monolith takes like care of like most API calls, database access, all the business logic, subscriptions, and so on and so forth. In the front end, we use React, and it's completely TypeScript by now, I think, almost, or it is. And then there are a few things where Python might be a little bit too slow. And for these additional layers, we run some actual microservices, and they're written in Rust. So where performance is really critical, like our ingestion service, like our proxy relay is written in Rust, and our symbolication tool or service called symbolicator. So this basically, like when you send us minified JavaScript, you can upload your source maps, and then we will untangle this for you, so you have a usable stack trace. But when it comes to our SDKs, that looks completely different. So we probably support almost everything under the sun. So our SDKs range from like C, C++. At one point we had a Perl SDK, and of course all the new stuff like various JavaScript frameworks. We support Ruby and all the frameworks there, .NET, Java, and a lot of more different things. So when I joined Sentry roughly 2 years ago, and looked at what software Sentry runs in production, I immediately noticed a really, really big problem. There was not a single PHP application running at Sentry when I joined. And that was a big problem for me, because back then, day to day, I worked on the PHP SDK, and the best way to test the PHP SDK is to test it on a PHP application. But as I recently transitioned jobs, I of course didn't have access to the big CakePHP application I was working on. So yeah, I mean, I still had like small side projects with like 0 users, but you can't really test an SDK in them, right? Like they don't see any traffic. All they would do is like creating artificial data which doesn't reflect a real world scenario at all. And like just having like a cake, a small cake app, like when you follow the tutorial, like the block you create there, that doesn't really cut it well. And I mean, I've now seen quite a few programming languages, and I still believe that PHP is like one of the best and most mature ecosystems out there, right? When it comes like to feature completeness, to developer experience, to speed of iteration, PHP is like one of the best ecosystems there are. So yeah, and I mean, when it comes to Cake, sure, like everything is included from an ORM over templating, so that really helps a lot. So because there was no PHP at Sentry, I thought let's sneak in some PHP. And what was important is that this application should be something that everyone uses, a little bit at least, internally, but it shouldn't be mission critical. So this has a few reasons. Probably people would have yelled at me if I would have deployed PHP to production into the Sentry code base. And like we don't have a lot of PHP developers like at Sentry. Probably every Sentry engineer at one point touched PHP, at least the older ones. But they like most of them stopped at PHP 4 or something like that. So yeah, that's when I came up with GibPotato. So let me tell you how this came to be. When I joined in August 2022, our Slack appreciation app we used at the time suddenly stopped working. And the reason was that the credit card we had on file simply expired. So they couldn't renew this subscription, so the service was turned off. And people were like a bit outraged back then because like everyone really enjoyed using this application. So they were starting like, hey, can we turn it back on? Oh my God, oh my God. And then, well, the problem was that the service, Sentry, at this time paid like $10,000 per year for this one Slack app. That's a lot of dollars for a Slack app, if you ask me. So our back then CTO and co-founder David Kramer, he was like, I'm not gonna pay this. And he suggested that instead someone should hack week this, as we call it. So at Sentry, once per year, we basically shut down the entire operations for a full week, and everyone is welcome to work on some side project. Can be related to Sentry, can be something completely unrelated to Sentry. And Hack Week has been had quite a big impact at Sentry itself, because like some people, they maybe try out like a new feature they would never build instead, or they create a new SDK, which then later we actually publish. So yeah, this helps us a lot, and that's where I saw my chance. So I was like, okay, I'll use the stack I've always been using. So I will build something in CakePHP. For the front end, I use Vue.js, mostly because React, I think, is pretty boring, and everything is written in React these days. And I think Vue is cool, so I chose Vue.js. And to be fair, I didn't know anything about React, and I knew a bit about Vue.js. So I got together with like with a small team and was pitching them this, and they were like, no, we are not building this in PHP. So these people were quite young, and they were like, no, let's use JavaScript. Oh my God, it's so much better. PHP is so old, which I think is really pathetic to have this opinion. But I didn't really feel comfortable doing it in JavaScript, because like I built quite a few Express apps over the years, and it kind of became boring. So I still saw a chance and was like, let's use Dino, like this newish JavaScript server runtime. It's really exciting. It was new back then, and nobody of us has touched it before, so I thought like, hey, maybe it's a good opportunity to learn something new. So after 20 minutes of evaluation, we figured out, no, we don't use Dino. Back then, Dino didn't support like existing node packages, so the ecosystem was severely lacking in functionality. And yeah, I mean, once again, I told them, hey, if you use something like CakePHP, we have like an OEM, and we have an authentication system, and everything is built in. Like, we don't have to think about any dependencies, but nope. They didn't listen. So in the end, we actually figured out that Slack themselves, they publish a framework called Bold, and this is available in for various programming languages, so Python, Java, and also for JavaScript. And the Bold JavaScript framework is based on Express. So yeah, we chose to build the application with that, and as I was by then already annoyed that I had to write JavaScript, I decided that I take care about the infrastructure. So instead of coding, I put on my DevOps hat. And yeah, they were saying like, oh, GCP and cloud and serverless, but I was just renting a VM at Hetzner for $5, installed Ubuntu on it, which turned out to be later a bit of a problem. So yeah, we worked on this project for a week, and at the end of Hack Week, we always shoot like a video for like 5 minutes introducing the project, and then people can actually vote on it, right? And there are like 6 categories where you can win, and surprise, we did win. So we won a Hack Week award after like the whole company watched all the video submissions, which was crazy long. I think it took us over 3 hours. So yeah, and GibPotato won the Value People category. This is like one of our company values we have. And I think it makes sense for a Slack appreciation app to win there. So when it comes to how GibPotato actually works, it's a Slack app, right? So you install it into your Slack workspace, and then every day each user has to give out 5 or can give out 5 potatoes. So if someone did something helpful, was nice to you, helped you reviewing a PR, you can mention them on Slack with the username, write something nice, and then you attach a potato emoji at the end. So now you may ask, like, why is it a potato? So the system we used before, they use a taco emoji. But me being German, I thought like a potato is much more on brand, much more fitting. It also makes for a far better name, in my opinion. Like GibPotato sounds kind of neat. So I hope this makes sense. Yeah, so besides the Slack app, there's also like a small web UI written in Vue.js. And I built it with Tailwind CSS, or I styled it with Tailwind CSS. And so a hot take, yeah, I think Tailwind scales perfectly. People tend to disagree on this, but in my opinion, it's really, really good. It's definitely more than inline styles. And if you never use it, I would encourage you to give it a try. And then decide for yourself if you like it or not. So yeah, on this web app, people can access the leaderboard. And I think it's pure coincidence that I'm on top there, I promise. And we also have like a small shop where you can buy like small gifts for others to give out. So you have like something for your, you can do something with your potatoes. Yeah, so actually I want to give you a quick demo how GibPotato works in action. Okay, so this is the website. And then we need Slack, because it's in Slack app. Okay, this might be a little bit awkward. Okay, cool. So yeah, you add the GibPotato application to your workspace, and then you invite it to a channel, and then you mention someone, attach a potato, bam. And then the bot will ping you, telling you, hey, you gave 1 potato to some person, how many you have left today, when they will reset. And then over the years, I added more stuff. So we were using like a polling feature in Slack. Like it's not built into Slack, it's another Slack app. But they always start yelling at you after you used it like for 100 times per month, and then they want money, and they are also really expensive. So I was like, if there's GibPotato, now there's GibOpinion. So sorry, this is a bit awkward for me. Yeah, then people can vote. Perfect. So it's a bit clunky, as you have seen, but building like modals with Slack, it's really hard. So I didn't do it. Yeah, so that's what you can do on the Slack side. And when you actually go to the website, yeah, so you have a leaderboard where you can filter on various things. You have like the shop, but there's nothing in there. You see your collection, like other gifts people bought for you or what you bought for yourself. And then we recently also introduced quick wins. So when you tag a message with a potato and hashtag quick wins, it will be immortalized there and stays there forever. Yeah, and then there's like a little bit of account management, like your stats. There's also a progression system built in, so you can level up if you give and receive potatoes. So yeah, that's the demo. So we shipped this thing after Hack Week, and back then it was like really simple, right? So it was a Node.js app in the end, and it had like 200 lines of code. Like we put it all in one file. That's what you do in JavaScript. It's perfect, scales. And of course, like when we create new projects, by default they are always public on GitHub. Always. Like we always need a really good argument to not make something public. And so I license it, or I publish this under the MIT license. But our legal department was like, oh, I see opportunity here. So GibPotato is actually the first piece of software Sentry ever released under the GPL. But not the GPL you think of. No, 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 the GibPotato license. So when you go to GitHub, we actually have the GibPotato license, and it's a small... that's so silly. It's like a small poem our head of open source wrote. So yeah, the thing was deployed, and now we could actually start to dog food with it. And being a node service, like back then we started to work on profiling, and Sentry runs a few Node.js apps, actually also a Slack app, funnily enough. And GibPotato was the perfect opportunity to test the profiling feature, right? Because like if it breaks, sad, but really doesn't matter. At least it doesn't affect any customers. So people started just to open pull requests. We merged them, deployed them, and then we could start testing this stuff and give feedback, iterate, fix bugs. And then also like my colleagues from the front-end team, they were like super happy because they finally had a Vue.js app they could dog food with, right? Because normally they only had React and their small sample apps, but oh, there was Vue.js. So, but because I'm a cool engineer, there were no front-end errors, obviously, right? Like, so we added actually like a small Easter egg where you have to type some random stuff, and then it actually throws an error. But this thing was running for a while, and people happily used it, but there was still a really big flaw in GibPotato. It was still not written in PHP. So then I thought, why not adding PHP to GibPotato? Why not making like a super simple app at this time crazy complicated? And why we added, like, let's move it into a serverless, containerized environment, and let's throw Terraform on it, so infrastructure as code. And because back then, I also slowly started to take over the Go SDK, I was like, oh, let's also add Go there for simplicity. And that's exactly what I did. So I threw away the entire code base, rewrote it from scratch, and over the course of a few months, this thing came to be. And actually, in the end, a big reason why I chose Go was that the way how these Slack apps tend to work is that Slack sends a webhook, and they want to have a response really fast that you received it. So they're really picky about that. And when your PHP process is like making some HTTP calls during the request, I mean, this takes forever, right? And I was way too lazy to implement like a queuing system. So I wrote a small ingestion proxy in Go, which is called Portal. It's like the portal to Potato. So yeah, the Go proxy now, it accepts like all the webhooks, immediately sends back a 200 to Slack, so Slack is happy, spawns a Go routine, normalizes the event, because I only care about messages that contain a potato, right? All the others I throw away. And then the messages that are relevant, they get then forwarded to the PHP application. So yeah, almost 200 commits later, I merged it. Oh, someone even reviewed it. And now I had a Go and a PHP service running at Sentry, and now I could start dogfooding my stuff. So every time I ship a new feature in the Go SDK or the PHP SDK, the first thing I normally do is I just deploy it to GibPotato and see if it works, and let it running for a little bit. And that's super cool because like deploying something to GibPotato, it takes like 10 minutes. We use like Google Cloud Run now. It's like just a serverless container runtime. So as soon as I push something to GitHub, it starts to build and deploys it. And yeah, the cool thing was I actually built something people liked and use a lot. So since August 2022, we now gave out over 50,000 potatoes at Sentry. So it's quite an achievement, and yeah, super happy about this. Yeah, and I mean, again, people started to realize, oh, we have this app where we can iterate quickly. Let's install some alpha stuff into it, because YOLO. So we had a new major version coming up. Not a major, but like we had like a new feature coming up, and yeah, just deployed it there, tested it. Perfect. And there are like a lot of other things we improved on the product in the SDK by using GibPotato. So this is stuff like better issue grouping, right? Like if the same issue happens or the same error happens multiple times, instead of grouping them together, at one point we randomly created new issues, which then gets like super noisy and people are annoyed. And now we had like the PHP app and we could just tweak our algorithms to group them better. Also like for our tracing product, which I showed you yesterday in my workshop, it helped me a lot because like, as you see, like it's quite a manual process when you use something like CakePHP where we don't have like an official SDK. And it really helped me like to design better APIs by just using it myself, right? Because if I hate using it, then the likelihood of others also not liking it, that helps a lot. So yeah, a lot of changes I made over the years now are basically also just inspired by me using the software I'm building, disliking it and changing it. Because I think Jose always said, be the change you want to see in the world, and I fully embrace this, yeah. And what was also nice about GibPotato, because like it runs in the same organization that all our other production services runs, and like GibPotato is like this tiny little thing that sends like a few events per minute, maybe, compared to like our other stuff, and we run into a lot of issues with new features in GibPotato because like our other stuff produces so much data that like when it comes to stuff like cardinality limiting, GibPotato always loses out. And this is always an amazing test bed for us because like most companies, they have like, let's say one massive product, but they also have smaller things on the side. And also having like this opportunity now just to improve the product based on that, yeah, that helped a lot. Yeah. This was also something that actually shipped in PHP first, like our new query module support for that. Again, sat down with the people working on that, just deployed it to GibPotato, bam. So really cool. And by now, I kind of actually turned it into a hobby. Every time a new product is on the horizon and people are like testing it internally, I'm immediately like, I want this, I want a dog food. We deploy to GibPotato. Come on, gib. So yeah. That's really, really cool. Also, like, when I started to work on the PHP profile, I had no idea how this even works, right? Like, and if it's even useful. And GibPotato, just having access to it, like, it was so crucial. Because, I mean, again, if you have just like some example block, the data it produces, it's just not helpful. And having some organic traffic in your application, you catch like maybe some weird side effects or some other stuff that doesn't work well. And yeah, with GibPotato, like I also don't have to pester any customers. Like, hey, can you please try this and tell us if it works? So yeah, that's great. Yeah, and like also like I remember like when we first like tried out our cron monitoring feature. I just discovered funny bugs, right? Like, so there's a cron shop running every day that fetches all the users from the Slack API and updates them, right? Like, because sometimes people maybe change their username on Slack, maybe they change their profile picture, and then of course I want to have this represented on a leaderboard. And yeah, at one point it didn't work. Like I got a notification, and my cron didn't run it. Then I freaked out. I was like, oh God, what did I break? So I looked into the database, but everything looked fine, yeah. So actually, once again, just by dogfooding, we discovered like a bug in our monitoring, and we could fix it. So that really helps a lot. So maybe you now have like some understanding why I think dogfooding is so important, and a lot of other people at Sentry agree with me, but why should you care, right? Always try to be your own customer. So try to use the stuff you build. If you run a web shop, buy a few products from time to time yourself, right? And then you can refund yourself afterwards. Like you create a new account, you check the user flow. You could like rely on automated tests, right? But an automated test doesn't have a taste in UX or how the UI behaves. That you can only like find out by manual testing. Dogfooding helps a lot finding problems before others do. And that also helps a lot because not receiving these angry emails or not being yelled at on Twitter because your stuff is broken, that's a good thing. So like just being proactive by just dogfooding your stuff, that helps a lot. And lastly, like you can just try out new stuff also like in some real world use case, right? I mean, of course, it's always a little bit hard because it really depends, like in what kind of engineering you do. Like for an SDK, of course, it makes sense to have like an application I can test it in. But yeah, I think in the end, you maybe can come up with some idea how you like could just develop like a sense for dogfooding. Cool. And with that, I'm saying thank you. If you want to look at this yourself, you can find it on our GitHub. There are no dogs, so good luck, have fun. It works very well for us. Thank you. Any questions in the chat? Okay, cool.
Don't forget, if you are watching the stream, you are able to post your questions in our Slack channel or directly on the live stream on our YouTube channel. We're getting ready to introduce our next speaker, and I love getting to know people, in the community. This next speaker we first met, or at least I first met him back in Japan in 2019. I remember him because he brought these really delicious cookies to our team. So every year that he comes back to the conference, I'm like, but you brought the cookies, right? But and he's also here representing our sponsor, SwiftCode's API. So everybody, please welcome Andrej Griniuk.
One, two, three. Yeah, all good. Hello everyone, I'm Andrej. I'm a software engineer, baking since 2008 and working on SaaS products. This is my fourth offline CakeFest. Happy to be here. And today I'm going to talk about building a low-code API-based SaaS using CakePHP. So first of all, what is low-code? No-code and low-code are software development approaches that allow users to build applications with minimal or no programming knowledge. No-code platforms enable users to create applications using graphical interfaces and pre-built templates without writing any code. And low-code platforms provide a similar user-friendly environment, but allows for some custom coding to extend functionality and customization. Both approaches aim to speed up development and make it more accessible to non-developers. And what is an API-based SaaS? So SaaS is a software as a service, and then API-based SaaS is a software delivery model where the main interaction with the service is through an API. This allows developers to integrate the service's functionalities into their own applications or systems without needing to use a graphical user interface. Examples of such SaaSes is SwiftCode's API, which provides an access to database of banking codes, both international and local. And another example is WeatherBit, which provides an API for weather forecasts, and Open Exchange Rates is an API for currency exchange rates. And so all these three examples basically provide an read-only access to some valuable data set. And what we are going to build today is a minimum viable product of a SaaS providing an API access to the database of countries and cities for registered users. And the goal is to utilize CakePHP and its plugins and build an MVP writing as few lines of code as possible. The requirements for the app are, so it has to be a web app, it needs to have user registration and login, and it has to provide a RESTful API to the list of countries and cities, and Authentication needs to be done via an API token, and it needs to support JSON and XML formats, and it needs to have a basic admin dashboard. Let's start. Let's create a new Cake project and run the local server. Okay, we are running, and let's set up the database connection. Yep, so we got database connection. And so for this demo, I already prepared a database. It's basically 2 tables, pretty simple schema, countries with names and country codes and cities for the countries. What's next? Let's bake some models for those tables. And let's create some index template and show something. Cool. Let's add some copy for the index page. Here we go. And let's start with our API. We're going to use Friends of Cake CRUD plugin. It's a production-grade rapid controller development with the built-in love with the API and search. So let's install the plugin and bake some controllers for our API. Let's update the routes to add our API routes.
Could you zoom a bit?
Oh, yep. So as you can see, we're adding API prefix and adding JSON and XML extensions. and then adding a resource route for our countries and a nested route for cities. Then let's create an API controller, which is going to be our base controller, and other API controllers are going to extend it. So here we're basically loading the crowd component and enabling actions. So as it's going to be only read-only API, we only need index and view actions. And we're also enabling listeners for API and API pagination. And let's update the cities controller. So since we are going to use a nested route for listing cities, we need to pass country ID from the route and list only the cities for this country. And let's see what we got. Oh, okay. We forgot to extend the API controller. So here we got the API response for list of the cities. And as you can see, we have already pagination here. So we can do things like that to return more results and go through the pages. And so this is the JSON response. And as you can see, we got XML support straight away as well. And for the list of cities, we can use a nested route and list the cities for Luxembourg. So currently this API is open for everyone, but we want to make it only accessible for users, registered users. So next we're going to install a CakeDC users plugin. And enable it in our application. So we are basically loading the plugin and telling it to use our custom users config. And let's create the config. So here basically disabling authorization for simplicity purposes and telling it to use our custom users table. I will see later why. And we tell it to not validate the email address also for this demo purposes. And now let's run migrations and create our custom model. And we'll need to update the default profile template. I will see later why. So let's copy this template from the users plugin. So now we need to update our created users model and basically make it extend the plugins model and add some stuff. need this. Don't need anything here. And same here. So why we did that? So users table from users plugin already comes with an API token field, but it doesn't get filled. So what we want to do is when a new user is created, we want to generate a new API token. So here we're basically adding a before rule, and if it's a new entity, we generate a new API token for it. Also, let's load our authentication component in the API controller. Let's add identity helper. We'll need it later. And let's update the menu in the default layout. And let's see what we got. So as you can see, we cannot access the API endpoint anymore because it requires authentication. And now we got the menu here. Let's create an account. Let's log in. Okay, so we got the profile page, but there is no API token to see. So let's display it. So now we've got the API token and can try using it. So authentication with API key passed by query string is enabled in the user's login by default, so we don't need to do anything for that. So as you can see now, we've got the list of countries using an API token. So what's next? Let's create some basic admin dashboard. For this, we're gonna use CRUD Vue plugin, which is basically an add-on for the CRUD plugin. Let's install it. And let's bake some controllers for our dashboard. And same as for the API, we're going to extend the admin controller. So first of all, let's let's update the admin controller to enable the CRUD Vue plugin. So here we are basically doing the same thing, similar thing as we did in the API controller. We're loading CRUD component and enabling the actions. So here we can do add, edit, and delete. So we enable all those actions. We enable CRUD Vue listener and redirectories listener and related models. Also, we set the tables config to only handle those tables. We don't want to handle like things tables and things like that. So we only interested in users, countries, and cities. And we set we blacklist password field so we don't display it anywhere. And we also enable authentication and also make it accessible only for super user accounts. And we will load the CRUD Vue. Also, we need to update the routes to add our admin routes. So we just add another prefix, admin prefix, and set fallbacks. And update our menu to only display the dashboard link to the super users. Okay, so we're ready. Let's generate a super user account and try it out. Super admin. So we're logged in as a simple user now, so there's no dashboard link here. So we log out and log in with our super admin user. And now there is a dashboard link. Okay, we need to extend the admin controller. And here we got a basic dashboard. It's not pretty, but hey, it's an MVP. And now we can list what we've got in our database, add new items, view, edit, delete, and stuff like that. And as you saw, we created no templates, we baked no templates, so it's all dynamic. As soon as you add a new table, you can easily enable it. You can whitelist and blacklist fields that you want to make accessible for view or for editing, so it's really easily configurable and powerful. So we got our MVP running. What's missing? We probably, for the production app, you probably want to use some front-end framework. There is a Bootstrap UI plugin for that. You probably would want to use some search to filter countries or cities by name or by whatever if you have more attributes. And API is only as good as its documentation. You can use this Swagger PHP package to generate open API specification file for it, and then use different tools to generate a UI for this documentation. And throttling. There is a plugin for throttling. You probably want to set some rate limits for API to prevent users from abusing it. And data transformation layer, there is a plugin by myself which integrates fractal transformer into CakePHP. So if you want to transform your data before outputting it, like formatting and adding related models, stuff like that in your API, so you can use that. And also for a SaaS, you probably want to add payments. Stripe PHP package is pretty easy to work with, and you can use Stripe billing portal also for simplicity, and it's really just a few lines of code to get it running. And yeah, of course, you need tests. I skipped that for the purpose of the demonstration. And so what is the conclusion? CakePHP is a great low-code platform for quick prototyping. With its convention over configuration approach, you can get your MVP up and running with minimum effort. And it's suitable for both junior developers and more experienced developers to just get it out quickly. And rich ecosystem of high-quality production-grade plugins can offer a solution for pretty much every typical problem in web development. And at the same time, it's a full-featured framework that is ready to accommodate any complex product when the time comes. Thank you. That was me. Any questions? Also, having the opportunity, I want to mention I brought some Lithuanian cookies. It's not the cookies, Amanda, but it's different cookies, but you can try and see how you read them. So everyone, please help yourself at the coffee table, at the water table.
Take a break for a couple of minutes, but before that, we'll do some more elephant giveaways. And if you are watching the stream, we're going to be giving away some elephants and other good stuff like money to use in our CakePHP store. Just make sure you are hashtagging CakeFest and CakePHP so that we see your post. Okay, so if you guys all have your numbers that we gave you for the giveaways, that's how we are pulling the winners for these elephants. Okay, the first one. If you've already won, maybe let somebody else have the opportunity, because I don't remember who's won. But did number 4? Who's number 4? Ah. Okay, so Jorge. Okay. Make sure. Oh, sorry. Okay. Number 8. Is your number 8? Anybody? Okay.
If no one takes it, I'll take it.
Number 11. I don't know if I can throw that far, but I'll try. Close enough. We've got more of these all day, so if you don't win these, don't come at me, during the break or anything. 23. 20? Was that yesterday too?
Yesterday and the day before.
Oh, so whoever 23 is.
It's a biased random number generator.
36. Anybody? 18. Awesome. Okay, we're running a little bit ahead of schedule, so we'll take a little bit of a longer break. We've got about 20 minutes, so if you guys want to use the restroom, get a snack, whatever you need, and we'll be back. Okay, we're gonna get started again. Welcome back to CakeFest 2024, live from Luxembourg. Make sure you're hashtagging us, letting us know where you're watching from and if you are enjoying the conference so far. I cannot say enough good things about the Passbolt team helping us put the whole event together this year. And now we're gonna introduce our keynote speaker of the event on behalf of Passbolt, representing the team. Please, everyone, welcome Juan Pablo Ramirez.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Hello to you all. Hello to you all online. I'm really pleased and honored to be presenting here in front of my fellow colleagues, but in front of this community that I've been exchanging with for a few years now. Seeing them live, it's even more impressive than seeing your code, which was already impressive. So I'm really glad to be here. I'm going to talk about what we like at Passbolt of CakePHP, the tools we use. So welcome to my presentation, Passbolt bread and butter, so our favorite at Passbolt. I'm Juan Pablo Ramirez. I'm a web developer working at Passbolt now for 4 years. I've been working with Cake for 9 years. Co-author of the code is Ishan Vyas, who is a core developer at Passbolt, developing the API with me. Very talented developer. It's a great pleasure to work with you, Ishan, because I know you are listening. So you are also here with us. You'll see some code during the presentation, some nice stuff, some horrible stuff. So it's not only me writing this, it's also Ishan. Right, so I'm going to introduce Passbolt quickly. A quick overview. I'll talk about the API. Passbolt is more than the API. We have also the browser extension. We have all kind of other, we have the mobile application. Here I'm focusing on the API. This is what we use CakePHP for. I'm going to talk about three topics. First is dependency injection, how we use it at Passbolt, how it changed completely our way to structurize our code, how it solved the problem I will describe. Then I'll talk about performance, little tricks that we applied in the past month to boost the performance of our CakePHP application. And then I'll come back again. You know me, you don't have a presentation with me without talking about tests. So how we make sure that the quality of our code stays high. So Passbolt in a nutshell. Yes, this is working. So quickly, here is exactly, this is taken from the website. Passbolt, you are going to manage passwords that you are going to share with people. So you can share a bunch of passwords to one particular user. You can group your users into groups, and you will be able to share your passwords to a certain group. You can refine the permission of the users. So the creator will be owner, but you can add additional owners, additional editors, and additional readers only of that password. You can regroup your passwords in folders. That also enables you we've seen some customers using this extensively. They structure basically the architecture of their company is reproduced in the folders. You can share the folders to a user. You can share the folders to a groups. So you'll have a lot of permission. I'm mentioning this because I'll go a bit in the code using that example of permissions. So and you can repeat it over and over. So Passbolt, we have 3 solutions. We have a community solution, which is open source, which has absolutely no hidden cost. It's you use it. You have the base features of Passbolt. We have a business solution that has extended features. And we have the cloud solution, which is almost the same as the business. There are a few differences, but we host it for you. So, of course, the core is that you host your own passwords, and this is the core concept of Passbolt, but we have also cloud solutions for people who are not affine with that or want to spare the cost of maintaining a server. And it's not that I'm trying to sell you Passbolt, it's that this reflects the architecture of our code. We are going to write an endpoint, for example, a controller that is going to serve passwords. But in the business solution, we are going to add some fields, for example, or some filters. So for one same controller, we are going to have different responses depending on the solution that we are serving. And you want to avoid spaghetti, you all guys know, I mean, in the code at least. And we don't want to have switches in the controllers. We want that our controller be the same for all the solutions. And thanks to dependency injection, and this is where I come, we are going to be able to inject different, the flavor of, depending on the solution. So I did last year already a presentation on dependency injection in CakePHP. You can click on that. I will share the link to the presentation at the end. You can have a look at it. I'm still going to talk quickly about it because now the stage is a bit bigger. And I think it's a tool you should really consider using if you face one of the situations I will explain, I will present. So obviously, you're going to use external libraries. For example, we store on the cloud, we use the Google Cloud Storage for storing the avatars of the users. We have multi-factor authentication vendors, GWT authentication, LDAP. We have these vendors, and these we can't integrate them in our tests. We want to have fast tests. And if you want to mock what these vendors return to you, you want to be mocking that. And this is where the dependency injection tool is very useful. We could do without it, but just for test aiming, we love it. So I'll take just a quick example. On the community or business solution, since you host your data, the avatars will be stored in DB, but they are cached, and they will be cached on a temporary folder. On the cloud, we use the Google Cloud thing. So here is how the code looks like. I know it's a bit bushy, but you have, so this is the avatars view controller. We inject the file system that we are going to use. It is an interface. It's not a class as such. And then we have our service that is going to itself have the file system adapter injected in it. So this code stays the same, being on community or being on cloud. And in application.php, we are going to inject to tell what is the file system that is used. So in the base application, we inject the local file system adapter. So it's going to be written on file. We specify where is the cache folder located. All this is very useful for tests. This is not to make things overcomplicated, but when you write tests, you want to specify where am I going to store my test avatars, and then make sure that they've been written. And then in the plugin, because we split our code in plugins, the cloud solution has a plugin that the community doesn't have. We're just going to overwrite that file system adapter. We're going to say, okay, now the concrete is not anymore the one on the file storage. It's something we're like made ourselves, but that uses the cloud vendor, the Google vendor. And we're going to say, as an argument, it takes which organization we're handling with, so it's going to store it in a particular directory for that organization. That's it. So showing you that it's very simple. It's very simple to use. And this is what makes our code very clean. And to test, so I'll show a few things here. This is a trait that we use for testing integration tests with avatars. This test has a tag. This method has a tag before. So before every test that are using that trace, so the test case using that trace, we are going to run this, and what it's going to do, it's going to say, okay, we are going to mock the service. We are not using cloud because this will make our tests very slow. We're using the local file storage, and we're going to store this in a temporary folder test. And so this done, you just have to use the trait. We just have to use the trait in your test, and the image storage service is mocked. So briefly, there's more example of that in my previous presentation last year, but this is how dependency injection solves our problem of different solutions and how we solve that, and I really love it. Yeah, Olympics starting today. We're going to do a bit more acrobatic stuff. It doesn't mean you have to do it. Actually, I would recommend you not to do it, but we are doing it. It's using events. So we try to reduce the use of events. It can become a bit hard to follow. But we had a problem. I can show you quickly. Passbolt has a command. And if I run beancake passbolt, I'm going to have the list of all the passbolt commands. And this list is different if I'm on Pro or if I'm on Community. All the community commands are available in the Pro. You just go up. But for example, here you'll see there's a license check command, which is going to check that your license is valid. This is obviously available only in the Pro solution. So we needed to inject into our passbolt command the list of the commands that are available. And this, we do it because, fortunately, there is an event called console.build commands, which is going to, when initiating the command, I can see Marcus is laughing, so yeah, don't do that. When we are going to throw a command, Cake is going to look at, okay, which are the commands available. So here I'm going to have all the commands available. If I'm on Pro, I have the license check command. If I'm on CE, I don't have it. It's not even in the code. And there's another event, which is the application build container, which is triggered when the container gets created. So as smart as we are, what we did, we say, okay, we're going to listen to the first event. We're going to have the list of the commands, and we're going to put in a variable, in a property of that listener. And then when the container is created, we're going to inject it in the container. So it will be injected in the passbolt command, and that's how we did the hack. So I'm just giving here a little example of something a bit fancy you can also do with the dependency injection service. So yeah, that's it. If you want more about the dependency injection, check last year's presentation. It's really cool. And thing is, it's a very powerful tool, but it can be very, at some point, it can become a bit too spaghetti. I know, for example, that other frameworks encourage you to use only the injection. I worked in a company in the past where they were doing everything by the book, everything hexagonal, and hexagonal is not always very square. At some point, you just had interfaces everywhere that you didn't really need. So define well where you're going to use that service injector. In the beginning, we were playing a bit around. Now we know how we use it. We use it when we are injecting some external vendors, only for test purpose. And when we have a service that is going to be distinct between our solutions. And then we know that for community, we have that service, and for Pro, for business solution, we have generally a service extending the community one and doing the extra job. So that's it for dependency injection. Now I'm going to talk about performance. It's no rocket science. It's also not good. This is where it's not going to be this is where it's going to start looking ugly at some places. And I'm really looking forward to you guys, Cake experts and less experts, to tell us if you've gone through same problems, if you find yourself other solutions. We're really curious. So one obvious way to enhance performance is pagination. We have users where it got for us very slow. It's organizations that had thousands of passwords. Like you had the users that has 10,000 passwords. When the API was serving this 10,000 password, it was pretty slow. On top of that, as you've seen, we have a complex permission system, because you can have a direct permission. The password is yours. You can have a password that's been shared with you, that's been shared through a group with you, that's been shared because it's a folder that's been shared to a group you belong. It can be pretty complex. So you want to reduce the output of the response, the size of the response. For this, we are using that very net vendor, CakePHP API pagination. But we found out that still we could improve performance by, so what the paginator does, it's going to return you your set of data, and it's going to tell you what is the amount of data that he has returned, but he also needs to know what is the overall count. Now, if you don't paginate, he's still going to do the count. So you're counting 2 times. You are counting the amount of passwords, 10,000 passwords that have been retrieved, and you return the number 10,000. That is, again, the same query. That includes all the permission filtering. So we've done that extension where if there is no filtering, if there is no application, pagination applied, just don't recount. Take the num results that you had returned. Sounds simple, but for us, it was a really big gain. So this is a PR probably following that we'd like to submit. Then what we saw is that, yeah, hydration has a cost. Hydration, you know what it is. We retrieve the data from the database. It's some arrays, and Cake, by default, is going to hydrate, which means transform all these arrays into entities, resource entities, user entities. This has a cost. It doesn't have a big cost if you retrieve a little amount of data, but if it's big, you might want to disable that. So what you lose by doing that is that you don't have entities. So if you had calculated properties, you lose them. But here we are in an index. So, you know, we're just displaying raw data. We're not checking properties of one single logged in users, for example. So that's all right. But this is what we've started doing, disabling hydration. And then we still had some calculated fields. For example, if you take resource, this is what we call passwords. You have a password, and we wanted to know if it's shared or not to display the icon. Is this password shared? So we were counting the number of permissions that was associated. From the moment where you use that format result, which is really useful, but this format result has a collection interface. Here you see as a signature, and that means that there's going to be, again, an hydration. So we try to avoid that as much as possible. For example, calculating the fields directly in SQL. I mean, these are very simple calculations that you can do here. Now we have to be careful. It's also harder to maintain, harder to follow for the fellow developers or yourself in a few weeks. So there's a limit there. But we gain performance by using this instead of formatting result. Another case where we're using the format result is that underscore join data property when you have some belongs to many associations. We didn't want to have that served to our clients. So we had to do an iteration and remove the join data. It forces to do a format result. And the way to avoid that is that we've created our own passbolt belongs to many class. And this is really ugly, but it does the job. So it's going to iterate and remove the join data, which is needed. You can't get rid of it at the very beginning, but you can get rid of it before it's served. And this is also a PR that we will like to submit, because I'm sure we're not the only one facing that, and that join data is not required necessarily. So with this, we had already improved a lot our response time, combining the two. The number I have is around like 30% improvement. We got really faster with that. This was costing a lot. But still, we were a bit too slow. So we looked at where we are really, where we were still losing time. And the last iteration that was actually happening was the datetime, because datetimes are created into objects, and you have 2 datetimes per entity, and not only 10,000, because we each have at least one permission, maybe more. So you're at 50,000, maybe roughly, iterations of datetime, which is not needed. Still, we need a proper datetime, because we serve the mobile application. It's very sensitive on datetime, on the format, the browser extension too, of course. So you have to take care of the timestamps. You have to take care about the time zone. And what we did as a quick shot, so first I tried to calculate it with SQL, and it worked. It's difficult, but it worked the same. And then you have Postgres, because Passbolt works with Postgres and MariaDB and MySQL. I had to do it again for Postgres, and then Cedric told me, did you try, using just the PHP normal, simple vanilla, I'll call it vanilla, which is absolutely not vanilla, but it's CakeFest, so let's call it vanilla datetime type. And what this thing does is simple. Instead, if you look into the data time Cake 1, You will see here it's a bit complicated. The rest we use it, but this method, many2PHP, is the one taking, okay, we've took the data from the database, how do we display that? And here we're just using the, what are we using? Yeah, the date method from PHP. It does exactly the job. And this was a very big performance improvement. So we've reduced the time, this time just by that one line, by 40% the response. On big organizations, if you have a very small set of data, don't bother with that. But for us, that was very nice. So again, something we might want to contribute to. We'll have to discuss, but I think this will interest some people. So these are the little things that we tried in the last months to improve the performance at PassBolt. And if you guys have ideas, just let me know after when the question and answer interaction. Feel free, we are really looking forward to lose all this little noise in the performance. So this takes me to the last part of my presentation. It's representing the test fixture factories. I'll keep it small. I'll just show you something heavy for lunch. You'll be full. This is the vendor. I have to mention Nicolas Masson, who co-developed it. You will find the credits in the repository. I'll show you an example of how we write our tests. So here is an example. For me, a test is, above everything, a documentation tool. It is there to explain you what the code does. You have we call the 3 A's, the orange part, where you're going to set up the protagonist of your test. Then you have the act, so the action, and then you have the assert, where you're going to see, so does the action do what it was expected to do? This is only the orange part. What we see is that we want to create 2 users. There's going to be an owner, so apparently a resource owner, and there's going to be a user who's going to lose the permission on a resource. And it's going to be 2 resources. So here we make user factory make 2. In the make, you can put, I'll show you, you can put everything. I haven't tried putting a potato, but I'm sure you could come something out. So here we make 2. It's going to return us 2 users. The user method here is a homemade method where we basically say that user will have the role user. We have 2 roles in PassBolt. We have admins and we have users. So we say we want just 2 users and persist that, put it in a database. And then we'd like 2 resources. They should have permission for both, the owner and the user losing permission. And it should have secrets. Secrets is the encrypted password. So for the 2 users, we persist. And we are going to create also in that scenario that the user losing permission will have access, will have decrypted ones, only the resource that was viewed. The resource that is not viewed, he will have never decrypted it. We log in as owner, and we are going to remove to that user the permission. This is where the act starts. And what we expect is that the resource that was viewed is expired. We have an expired field. Because it has been viewed and the user that had viewed it lost permission, we have to inform the other users having still access to that resource that they should rotate their password because the user has lost access to it and he had access to it. But if he didn't have access to it, we don't have to expire it. He never had access to it. And this is how we write in a pretty readable and easy writable, because autocompletion there works fantastically with your IDE. This is how we write a test that is easy to maintain and easy to read, and that is easy to write. Because when we write tests, we don't wonder, am I going to write again a test? How late is it? Do I still have coffee? You know, it just goes out very simply. There are other tools that the factories propose, but this is in a nutshell how we do. So you see in the make, we've put a numeric. You can put nothing. It will give you one entity. You can also put another entity in that case. User losing permission is an entity. Since it's already persisted, it has an ID, and the factories will know, oh, this thing already exists, so I'm not going to recreate it, because otherwise I will have anyway a conflict with the ID, which is unique. So just throw anything you want in the factories and be surprised. And this is a little teaser of what is coming in the next version of the factories. It's been always, the pain point in tests. One of the pain points in tests is the database. You don't want to access to the database. You have to write. You have to clean. Both have their price. And this is for fun, huh? But you can code and have fun. I mean, it's just a try. What we created is a select query mocker. So there is a method already in Cake to mock the output of a table. So to explain you, here I'm creating 2 countries. As you've seen, I just put foo and bar. You can also put a string. If you put a string, you will know, oh, this is the default display field. I think this is how it's called. So we'll create a country with the field name being foo, a second one, because if you put an array of array, he knows, oh, he's creating me 2 entities here. So we got our 2 countries. We use the select query mocker, mock. So this is the test case. And the country factory, he will know country factory, this is associated to the countries table. So I'm going to mock the countries model. And now, when I do get countries find, I get 2 countries. But if I do country factory count, this is a convenient tool to directly query the database. It is not the same table registry as the CakePHP registry. So it will bypass all the before finds. It is really going into the database. It's a tool I like to use, when I do my assert part. So when you query with the countries table, you get 2 countries. But when you look at the database, there is actually no country in the database. You'll never get around, at some point, integrating the database in your test. It's a have to, especially if you have different if you support different database engine, Postgres, MySQL. But here, if you were to test something in a controller and test things that are not really relative to fetching the data, but rearranging data, you could well consider using that. It's a step towards the dream of mocking the database. And it's mocking the database. So this is what's coming soon in the test feature factories. And then another tool that is very light, that is almost invisible, which is good as a tool, I'd say, but is very powerful, is something we've developed actually before, back the time Cake used, so Cake uses the static fixtures, and by knowing which fixtures were loaded in a test, it would know which database needs to be cleaned. The solution has evolved. Now it uses transaction. And transaction, well, we wrap the whole test in a transaction. At the end of the test, we roll back. The database is clean again. It's faster. It's cleaner. But we have another solution. This is the one we're using. Call it the test suite lite. So how easy to? It's very easy to use. You need to use the vendor composer, install it. And then in your test case, for example, here we have an app integration test case that we will use for all our integration tests. You use truncate dirty tables. If you use that trait, the test suite lite knows, oh, I have to clean here. If you don't use it, it knows I don't have to clean, you spare time. So if you are doing pure unit tests, don't use that. If you had interaction with the database, use it. And what it's going to do, it's going to clean the database before the test starts, not after. Because all the other solutions clean after, it cleans before. If you want to know how, check another presentation of mine. This is one of the first I did, I think 2021, or you can just go on the vendor. And the magic about that is that at the end of your test, your database is dirty. You still have the data in the database that has been used by the test. And I don't use it often, but the day I don't understand why my test is not working, and I go and look in the database, did I insert the right data? What's wrong here? I love it, because I know what's in the DB, and that's I haven't found that in any other libraries, any other frameworks, very famous frameworks, and I'm working on making this universal, working on any frameworks, including PHP, vanilla PHP or simple PHP, by injecting a PDO, and then it will take the PDO, and then what we can do is Cake adapters because Cake, the connection manager can easily extract a connection into a PDO object. So we would just have the same for Laravel, for Symfony. And this would come from the Cake world. So I'm really looking forward to show that on a big stage. And of course, the first product will have been Cake-based, and it would be nice for Cake also. So again, it's not complicated. I think you should try it, and it's very fast. And this takes me to the end of my presentation. So thank you for the Cake. Thank you to the Cake developers. You made my career. If I didn't have Cake, I would be doing something else. But still, I'm happy that there's Cake. It helped me find Passbolt, fantastic company. The product is good, but the team is good. It's really nice to work with you guys. It's very nice to collaborate with the Cake community. So a sincere thank for that. Here are a few links. The Passbolt API. You can contribute by adding a star. That's the easiest contribution you can do. And then if you want to push some code, if you want to add your issues, feel free. We have a community forum if you feel lonely. This is a link to the feature factories. Guys, seriously, give it at least a try. Because there is a moment where, as your application grows, you can't maintain the static fixtures. It's impossible. This is the link to this presentation, and this is the QR code for this presentation. There is no virus, so if you want, just type the URL if you want to come back to the presentation. Have a look at the code. In most of the code I've shown, there was a link to the code, so if you click on it, you will go to GitHub. Our code is open source, so you will have access to it. And that's it for me. If you had questions, I can come back to other slides. If you want to see something again in slow motion, I'm happy. Otherwise, thank you very much for being here. Please. Amanda, we have a question there. But you can give me the elephant.
Hi.
Hi.
Thanks for your presentation. It was very informative and also quite entertaining, I must say. My question is, you explained in some slides about the performance and how you optimize your code and specifically like your communication with the database and some of your queries. My question is, do you have like a rough estimation on how much did those optimization improve the performance? I mean, I don't expect a number like, I don't know, 80 milliseconds or something, but perhaps you could say maybe it was like 3 times faster, or maybe with 10,000 queries it took too long, but I mean, a rough estimation would be nice of how much did it improve
I'll give you
those
that.
optimizations.
I'll give you that. So pagination, thanks for the question. If you reduce from 10,000 to 200, it's super fast. So let's say we had 3 seconds response on 10,000. If you paginate and you return only the first 20, you're down to a handful of milliseconds. So pagination is the most efficient. Still, at some point, maybe you want to have the full set. In our case, we want to have the full set. So this, avoiding a second count, was, allez, from 3 seconds, I'll say you win 200 milliseconds. It really reduces significantly the response time. Disabling hydration, 20%. I feel like at the market, the carpet market, but like 20%.
Okay.
It's really significant. I'm talking of big data. If you're retrieving 3 entities, no. But at a certain level, yeah. Avoiding formatting, it's small. It's not that bad. I mean, hydrating at that level is not as bad as hydrating at the hydration. So here, this, for example, is expensive to write and to maintain. So you want to consider doing this. But you know, we said we get out a format result. So we did it all through. This again, you're gonna win 2-3%. It's not huge. Vanilla date time type, 40%.
Okay.
Minimum 50% if you want.
Okay.
Why not 60?
60 for you. Someone else? No, this one is this is a killer for big responses. And it's also the simplest to implement because we had absolutely not to adapt anything because we were not using the datetime as object. For example, if you are going to look at if the date modified is in the past, you have a method isPast, we would have to do some refactoring. But this is not the case. In our case, we just display the dates. So one-liner, 40%. So yeah. So what's your pick?
So
Which one will you use?
I don't know, like I don't use like this type. So, but I was just curious, mostly for the database operations. So thank you for clarifying that, because that's always like something that's worth optimizing. And I was a bit curious, okay, how much does actually that help out, or how much? But it's clear. Thank you.
Welcome. This is where we improve at the database level. And before that, we had to search for, for the relations is what counts here. We had to do 2 queries, analyze the output, match arrays. In a format result, do a use the isInArray method, and this just does the job. So that was. Thank you. Anyone else? In the chat, maybe? Cool. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Amanda.
Our next speaker is fashionably late, so we're going to do another giveaway. Yet another elephant. Okay, are you guys ready to hear your numbers here? Number 6. Is number 6 here? Who has number 6? Nobody? 15? $19. Yeah. Yay. Okay, we're going to just take another quick break while we are waiting, so we'll get back on track because the next speaker will be at 11:30.
Are you using the Sentry SDK, the Cake one?
I tried. And as a low-level site, you can
No, I meant like, because you also have maybe right?
ja, ich habe also ich habe erst mal ein Projekt gemacht.
German.
Solange man nicht über die Limits geht, kann man das nichts Spektakuläres, aber sie wollten halt mal was testen. Ich habe bisher nicht so viel Profiling gemacht.
Tracing or profile? Tracing or profile?
Okay, we're back. Thank you for, if you're watching the stream, thank you for joining us, CakeFest 2024. We're live in Luxembourg. Let us know where you're watching from. You can hashtag CakeFest, hashtag CakePHP. We want to say thank you again to our sponsors, to all of our speakers, attendees, core developers. Thank you all for joining us. So the next speaker I reach out to pretty much every year, asking him to join us, come and speak. And finally, he was either willing or available. So it's been a while since we've seen each other. But everybody welcome Jose Gonzalez.
Cool, let's take a look at some of these presenter notes. Hi everyone, my name is Jose Diaz-Gonzalez. It's pronounced as if there are accents, but there aren't any in the actual name. And I'm an on-again, off-again CakePHP core developer. I'm also the CEO of HTMX, if you couldn't tell by my shirt. You can also be one too, they sell the shirts online. So welcome to my talk. This is HTMX, the revival of JS Helper. We're gonna do a bit of excavation here, historically. Learn about the rich history of a very small portion of CakePHP, and hopefully introduce you guys to some exciting technology on the way there to use within your applications. Folks that have been using CakePHP since the dawn of time are probably going to be bored to tears. A lot of this will be just kind of the same old stuff that you've been learning this entire time. Anyone who's familiar with HTMX, which is what I'm going to introduce here, also probably will be bored as well. I'm very sorry. I apologize in advance if I'm crying. They're not tears of joy or sorrow, that's just my body dying. No, seriously, I might cry. I've previously given a ton of talks with pictures I gathered from the internet. This one will have very few pictures, I'm sorry. Anyone who's seen the last couple of my talks has also noticed that I drew a lot of the slides. I have no drawings here. There was a change in the budget. I had to lay off the animator, that's myself. So this talk will have no drawings. Sorry. I will have a bit of code that I will display here. Anything that I show code-wise, you can probably just pop into your terminal or into your code editor of choice. If that's Emacs, it's great. If it's Vim, not so great. It should work just fine, and it'll work. Finally, there's a couple disclaimers that I have for this talk. This talk is actually mostly just about the history of using Ajax and JavaScript within CakePHP and how we've traditionally displayed it to users, and then as well as how to use HTMX with CakePHP. None of this talk is anything official within CakePHP. We're not going to release any code for anything. There's not going to be a core edition that says, here's how you use HTMX directly with Cake. You don't need one. And there's no actual code for an HTMX helper. That was just kind of something that I wanted people to assume was going to come. But later you'll see why we don't actually need any code for any of that. So first off, let's have a raffle. This is raffle time. What is raffle time? When I initially envisioned this talk, it was about 15 to 30 minutes of how do you integrate HTMX with your CakePHP application. I was tricked into a much, much, much longer talk. And now I have to fill 60 minutes. I don't think that I have 60 minutes worth of content. And so I was like, what am I going to do? As I was writing the talk, I realized that, again, I needed a bit of filler. And unfortunately, rather than just talk about something that's unrelated to CakePHP, or fortunately, I guess, I decided to have a raffle where I'll take a bit of time to display what it is that we're going to do. This is a bit shameless of me. I'm very sorry. Most people will just actually give talks on what it is that they said they were going to present. But the raffle prizes are real. So anyone who wins something, you're probably going to be happy. If you don't win something, maybe you got tricked into watching this talk. But anyways, all the winners, those are the people who really matter. So, unfortunately, raffle time is only for the people who are attending CakeFest in person. If you want to win something and you're remote, you can win something from the lovely CakeDC people who are throwing off CakeFest. For those following at home, maybe next year, if I get tricked again into giving a talk, I will have something online for you, but for now, it's all in person. So I'm going to give a demo of what it is that I'm going to give away. So let's start with that. Let's see now. Raffle. Great. So I'll put some numbers in here. The raffle number here corresponds with whatever number you were given. So if you get picked, that's great. You win a prize. The first prize is a CakePHP elephant. That's this one, the red one. So let's select that winner. I'm gonna poll every 2 seconds. Hopefully this works. There's no winner yet. Sorry. Oh, can I not present? The winner is 2. Who's 2?
That's me.
Well, I guess you won. There you go.
I mean, Mark's one. Throw it. And I'm the other one. Yeah.
Great. Awesome.
You can move the window like it's a second.
Can I?
Yeah, you can just, there you go.
I swear that was completely random. I just clicked the button. There's no winner. There's no winner. Come on, is there a winner? Give that to number 11. Who was number 11? You won too many already.
I agree.
Anyways, we'll go back to my talk. The next winner cannot be a core developer. I'm sorry. So before we continue my talk, actually, I'm going to go back to a demo. The demo is pre-made. All of the code I've already completed. I'm going to show off how the code works. The demo is pre-made because I think live coding is pretty dangerous. I'm going to mess it up, and I don't really want to mess it up. I'm very tired right now. And I don't want to display anything like terrible, like my bank account or something in the command line, and then people like take all of my money, and I'm stranding in Luxembourg. So first off, we're going to start with bake. We're going to bake our migration. If you run that code, that'll actually create a migration in your application. You can create a new CakePHP application, Composer, I think, init or something like that, create project. But you create your migration. I am specifying that every article is going to have a title. It's going to have some content, and it's going to be a photo URL. When you bake a migration, you can actually specify fields and their types, as well as indexes if you wanted to. And so I'm taking advantage of that. I'm also going to run those migrations, cake migrations migrate. I'll create a seed. So if you're not familiar with seed classes, they contain information that you can start your application with, whether that's for demo purposes or because you're bootstrapping an environment online. And then finally, my seed will require faker. I'm going to just insert a bunch of fake records, and so I'm just going to compose a require that. Seed class is pretty straightforward. We're using faker here to, well, I'm sorry about the formatting. We're using faker here to generate 100 fake records, fake titles, content, and a placeholder URL. If this was a real application, I would probably have some place where I'm storing the photos. That title would not be in Latin, etc. But here we are. Now we're going to run that seed data. We're going to bake our models or table classes. I'm also going to bake a controller with an index action called articles. And then I'm going to create a placeholder articles template, index.php. It's pretty straightforward. On the template side, this is pretty much all that we need to show. It's pretty simple. We iterate over every single article, kind of display it in a generic way. We display the title, the content for the or the image, and that's about it. And then there's a little bit of pagination code. We check to see if there's a next page, and then like print out the page link. The pagination code is actually all of the magic that we need in this application. There's nothing really fancy here otherwise. So what happens here is when we show that last article and there is a next page, we'll display a special span. That span has the link. And when that span is shown on the page, when it's revealed, if you see the HX trigger, it will trigger the HX get. It'll get that request out, right? So HTMX is basically powered by HTML attributes. HX get, it'll create a get request for the URL that we specified. The response of the HX get is then going to be added to the end via HX swap of the HX target specified. So you can specify anything on your page, and that's where HTMX is going to interact with your application. In this particular case, it's going to be div with the ID of articles. And we're also selecting just the elements that have a class of .article from the response to append, right? So you can target and say, hey, like this is the only thing that I want from that response, and I want to place it here, and that's what we're doing, right? So hopefully pretty straightforward. We're also going to simplify our layout code. There's nothing really fancy here. I made some CSS that makes the application kind of look fine. I vendored HTMX minified. I don't rely on CDNs because, again, this is a demo. I don't know if I'm going to have internet here, so I didn't want to have anything that would potentially break. I also don't really like relying on CDNs I don't control. If you're deploying this in production, you probably want to put that on a CDN that you control. Again, not something like Cloudflare or anything, or maybe you're hosted via Cloudflare, but at least you have the control over the DNS. So yeah. Oh, also I want to say that I borrowed/stole that CSS file. So if you find an application out there online that is pretty similar to what I'm going to display to you in a bit, I'm very sorry, but I'm not really that sorry. So let's go to the demo. Hopefully the demo will show. So we're going to go, here we go. Where am I? Beautiful. So we're going to display this demo. So here's the demo, lovely demo application. So to show that it actually does work, I'm going to refresh this page and hopefully it works. Cool. So we are displaying 10 records on the page. I'm going to scroll down to the bottom of the record. Holy crap, can I not translate this thing? Cool. We're going to scroll down to the bottom of the page, and you will notice that only one record is shown right there. When I scroll to the end, it'll automatically fill in. So we have this infinite scroll application. It's pretty neat, pretty straightforward. There wasn't really anything extra that we had to do. It was just all HTML records that or HTML attributes that we added to a single span. And that gave us infinite scroll on our application, nothing fancy. So going back to my slides. So there's one minor optimization that we can create. When I generated that application, we actually are also, and I'll show you in a little bit, when HTMX makes the request to the page or to our server, it'll respond with the entire response of your application. So in this particular case, it's doing a GET request to articles that will show the layout and also the content within that layout, and then we're selecting responses from within that, or selecting elements from within that response. One minor optimization we can have is we can disable the layout from being rendered when we get an HTMX request. In a real application, you would 100% do this because the layout might contain a ton of extra logic that you don't actually want to run, and it would make your application responses very, very slow. To do this, we can check the HX request header, and in this particular case, I'm doing that by get header line from the request object. You can also add that code into your app controller initialize if you wanted to. If your application everywhere kind of supports HTMX. For this demo, have it just in the controller. Also, while writing this talk, I was actually thinking about writing an HTMX helper. Like really, that truly was going to happen. And I was pretty excited. I was busy writing it. It was pretty great. But I realized it's not actually super useful to have the logic for what it is that I'm doing in the Vue layer. You notice that like a lot of the code here wasn't really extra code. There was just some attributes, and everyone here can add some extra attributes to their calls to like present some HTML. So there wasn't really anything extra. Thankfully, actually, there was someone, Juhani Aronin, I hope I did not mispronounce your name, from Home Run. He released the plugin earlier this week, actually on Monday, and that was actually quite a bit better than what I was envisioning, and it pushed everything into the controller layer. And so that's kind of where I feel HTMX is suited for any integration in CakePHP, and so that's what I'm using here. So I rewrote really a bunch of the application and this talk to kind of use reflect that new method. So first, if you want to use this plugin, you just CakePHP or composer require the application or the plugin. So we then load it up into our application with bin cake plugin load, and then we load that component in the app controller initialize. So pretty straightforward, standard CakePHP stuff. There's nothing really anything complex here. I'm just including it for completeness. The other change that we're going to do to our application is rather than check for a header response, we're going to use a detector. The HTMX plugin includes a bunch of detectors that are pretty nifty for figuring out whether or not your application should be responding in a certain way for HTMX applications. And this one's pretty straightforward, just is an HTMX request. Again, the HTMX plugin includes a bunch of other detectors that you can use via the custom middleware that it loads via the component. So if you want to take a look at those are great. So again, rather than check for the header directly, we now just use that detector. So yeah. The other thing that the plugin kind of proposes is using view blocks for managing what we display for various responses. I think this is pretty neat. If you're familiar with Rails and their turbo Yeah, is it turbo frames? Turbo frames implementation. They will kind of just like have all your HTML in that Ruby template and specify, hey, like this is the thing that I want to generate. This is kind of the same thing for the CakePHP template layer. You can just kind of use Vue blocks. I'll show that. I think it's pretty neat, and I'll show an alternative in a second. This will kind of allow you to reuse that content within your application without really needing to make too many major changes. So we'll start by specifying the Vue block to show. It's articles, pretty neat. The articles block here also actually corresponds with that HX target, if you remember from my template before, that I specified. So we can actually just say, hey, get the target and display whatever that is. So if your template has multiple HTMX targets or like sections of code that you want to display, you can say, this is the one that I want to use for this particular thing, and just kind of like automatically retrieve that. This doesn't always work, and I'll show you why in a later demo, but for this demo purpose, it's kind of pretty good. All right, cool. Finally, if we go back to our template, we're going to make very, very minor changes to our application. Basically just wrap the for loop that we had where we were displaying all of the articles with the Vue block. So start the Vue block, end the Vue block, and then we're going to render that Vue block afterwards. It's pretty straightforward. I'm going to go back to that demo. This demo is actually a little bit different. Hopefully I remember what the URL is for that. Let's see, here we go. Let's see, give me a moment. I don't remember what that URL was. Cool. Articles, controller. Cool, HTML index, great. So, I think it's index. Maybe that works, no. I promise you this works. Change that URL to index. Index 2, cool. I'm just going to alias it because I'm pretty bored. So this is that same template, or that same demo. It's just kind of slightly a different URL. I'm going to display what the network calls are here. So we're going to refresh that page. It's still in Latin, unfortunately. So if you're familiar with Latin, you can translate it at your will. So we're going to scroll down. And at this point, we're going to display extra stuff. So you'll see here, we get a HTML request in our browser. The response here is just that, that template that we wanted. If we look at the headers is pretty nifty too. We're going to retrieve that article's URL. We're going to make an HX request, it's true. And the target that we specify is being passed along, right? So the target, again, is something that we specified in an attribute, and pretty straightforward. I'm going to show off the code for this, just to make sure that everyone believes that this actually works. So that was my original index 2. This is just our, like, I'm looking for the header line. I have another index article, and that's basically the same thing, except I use the HTMX plugin to detect the request, and then I'm setting a block here. It's pretty straightforward stuff. So we're going to go back to our demo, or our talk. There's an alternative to Vue blocks. I think Vue blocks are pretty heavyweight in many cases, especially if you just want to render a particular element in your page. So it'd be great if you just have that element. So I'm going to start by using that. I'm going to separate the guts of the thing that we want to render into a custom element. The element path is there. And that's just, again, going to be the content of that Vue block that we displayed. It's just going to be in an element now. The change to the actual template is going to be also pretty straightforward. Just render that element. Anyone who's familiar with CakePHP and the Vue layer, it's going to be basically the same stuff that you've always done. The other thing that we're going to need to do is we're going to need to change the template path to element. By default, the Vue path is aligned, or the template path is aligned to whatever your controller is. That's all automatic by CakePHP, but in our case, we want to render from somewhere else. So I'm going to change that to element. And then I'm going to set the actual template itself to the template that we want to render. In this particular case, that's just like element that contains the for each loop. this kind of allows us to bypass the entire original template. The nice thing about this is that on your first page render, everything's going to load up just fine. So that means for SEO purposes, you will display the application. Everything kind of just works. And then when you want to actually just display that particular content for the infinite scroll, you can kind of just do that, and then there's nothing extra that you need to worry about. If the nice thing about this is if your controller has a ton of extra logic, you can kind of just skip that and say, hey, is this an HTMX request? Is it for this particular target? Let me just display that, or let me just run the logic that is needed or necessary for that. You can also specify a different action if you wanted to via the hxget attribute, and just run the logic for your particular app and just assume that it's always going to be an HTMX request. I'm going to assume that that live demo is exactly the same because it actually is. There's nothing really fancy here. It just kind of works. So I'm going to skip that. So anyways, we're going to go to another raffle time. That was a great demo. Hopefully everyone learned everything. That's the end of my talk. This raffle is going to be for another CakePHP elephant. I previously had the privilege of borrowing Larry Master's backpack at our previous CakeFest, and I stole a bunch of these elephants, so now I need to give them away. This is the second one I'm going to rehome, so I'll give that away now. I'm going to go back to my demo. Let's take a look at that demo. Beautiful. We're going to go back to here. I'm going to select another winner. Again, if a Cake core developer or a CakeDC member wins, they're not actually going to win. So we're just going to keep selecting. So hopefully this works. It's going to pull 27. Wow, 27 is actually the number I have in my talk slide. So you win. Here's your prize. Thank you for showing up. You're not a Cake core developer, are you?
No.
Okay, great.
Yet.
Yeah, not yet.
If you are, you have to give it back. Cool. So now we're going to get into my actual talk rather than just slides about a demo or raffles. The raffles and the demos are done. Let's go back in time a little bit. I'm unable to tell history objectively, so all of this is going to be about my experiences with CakePHP and software development in general. I'm very sorry if that doesn't kind of jive with you. I'm going to embellish something. If I embellish something a bit, or if something sounds wrong, feel free to correct me after the talk, preferably via an email that I can nervously ignore, just like I used to when I was doing consulting work. So in 2005, I was still a teenager. I didn't really know what I was doing. I was building applications with Joomla, OpenRealty, WordPress. Some of you may remember some of these names. Hopefully you're not still using some of these technologies. If anyone here remembers Dynamic Drive, that's kind of where I went all the time to get my scripts. I can't be the only one trying to desperately remember or to ensure that there's some internet script out there or anything kind of like really worked. In like Internet Explorer 4 or 5, I was going out there saying, hey, like, how do I get my code to run across all of these browsers? I didn't even have that many computers that could run these browsers. They probably crashed all the time, etc. Right, so here's a picture, lovely picture of Dynamic Drive. It's pretty great. It's not changed too much in the past 20 years. There's a lovely image of someone exploding. Today they don't have any GIFs. That's pretty good. I think the internet, again, hasn't changed too much. We've just removed some of the animated GIFs, maybe changed a little bit of the color schemes. Hopefully I haven't changed too much either. So at the time, the most, again, I ever did was kind of dynamic HTML, if anyone is developing back then kind of remembers. I could write like maybe 15 lines of code to click on a DOM element and slide it up or slide it down to do what it is that I need to do, maybe expand out a menu, etc. I really, really did not understand what I was doing. And changing that to do any code that I wrote or found from Dynamic Drive or any similar site to do something slightly different was almost impossible for me. Maybe for you it was great, but like not for myself. JavaScript for me was something that Wizards and Witches wrote because you had to use magic in order to make some of this code work across all of the browsers. It just didn't, there was no way to make it work across every single browser version, the operating systems that you had, maybe even devices in some cases. If anyone remembers, the largest screen you could have was 800 by 600, and that was pretty great. And then they came up with bigger monitors, and all of a sudden all of our websites didn't work. CSS was also in a similar state of terror. I'm not even going to get into that. We didn't have Stack Overflow for asking questions. You had to pay some amount of money in order to get past the paywalls on Experts Exchange. or it required knowing how to use Usenet in order to ask questions for these wizards, these witches, these warlocks. I certainly did not have a credit card, so I could not do this. I was, again, a teenager. Similarly, if you wanted live answers from a real human being, you had to spin up an IRC client, figure out what was the best server to ask your question, and figure out what channel that you had to ask it on, hop on, and hope someone who could answer your answer was actually awake, or they had their client online and they had infinite scroll back and could go see what their question was and would answer at some point that you could actually see, right? Very much impossible to get a response. Discord and Slack, I think, for better or worse, are a godsend in comparison. So that was 2004. 2005 had a few interesting developments. First was the rise of Ajax. If anyone remembers, the X in Ajax corresponds with XML, which is pretty great because no one was responding with XML for any of our responses, although we did have standards compliant HTML that we were trying to respond with. The rise of Ajax itself actually was kind of pushed forward by the early JavaScript libraries, not even frameworks at the time. Prototype, if you look up Prototype, that was kind of like the first one. And they actually called themselves a JavaScript framework, which they're very different from JavaScript frameworks today. But Prototype, like other frameworks similar to it, they kind of extended the DOM, made it simple for you to do kind of extra stuff to HTML elements. It made it easier to interact with HTML in your applications. So you no longer had to have a 15-line script. You could probably 1 or 2 lines. Some people will probably notice a recurring theme in my talk, where I'm going to talk about kind of where the developments come from in the JavaScript community. Prototype was pushed forward by Sam Stephenson of Ruby fame. He was on the Ruby on Rails core team. He created it to kind of just have a simpler way for Rails developers to write JavaScript within their applications. Again, realizing that 15 lines of code is not really that friendly to someone who only knows Ruby, right? So it made it very simple for Rails developers, at least, to interact with, make interactive applications. It was pretty successful and spawned a couple different frameworks on top of it. This is a screenshot of the Scriptaculous homepage. If anyone remembers it, it was pretty great because you could just like fade in, fade out, have like different animations, and that was like pretty phenomenal back in 2005. Anyone who used Prototype was probably actually also using Scriptaculous on top, so you had 2 different libraries that you were using. Again, Prototype allowed you to have kind of like these simple interactions with JavaScript. Scriptaculous allowed you to have simple interactions with animations and effects that you can have in your applications. So stuff like drag and drop, Ajax requests, etc. All of that was baked into Scriptaculous, so you used both, right? Using both was actually like a pretty good way to make your applications pretty snazzy. Maybe pad your bank account with a couple extra zeros because people wanted to go to you because you knew how to make like cool websites. At the same time, maybe actually a bit later the next year, jQuery came out. jQuery, if anyone's familiar with it, hopefully you are at some point. You've used it. Came from John Resig. He gave it at a talk. He pushed forward a talk in Boston and was like, hey, here's this thing that I made. It's pretty great. jQuery is pretty cool because it fixed a bunch of issues in Prototype. So for instance, you didn't have to monkey patch a DOM, which is great because then you could use kind of different versions of jQuery, which is another problem that you might have had in the past, where they kind of all fight with each other. But you no longer like modified the browser DOM and just had this library that was completely separate. It's also a lot more performant, which honestly at the time like probably didn't matter for the applications I was building because I was just fading things in and out. I didn't really need the performance that jQuery was pushing forward. But it did also provide an abstracted API for how to interact with the browser. So if you remember from Prototype, again, it made it simple to interact with the browser, but you probably still needed to know exactly how IE5 on a Mac versus IE5 or IE4 on a Mac versus IE4 on Windows worked, right? In jQuery's case, it made it very simple to understand, like, hey, it's the same way across all browsers, across all operating systems, etc. So you didn't really need to learn anything specific about a particular browser. You can just use jQuery. Kind of just worked. MooTools was another framework that came out. I feel as though it also ran. I think a few people used it, but I didn't use it. Mark Story apparently used it. He's like lambasting me right now. This is not your talk, Mark. Like you already ruined my talk before. You were not going to do this again. provided kind of the same features and functionality that you would get out of both Prototype and Scriptaculous at the same time. If you wanted to do animations, you would use MooFX on top of that. It's pretty cool. Again, I didn't use it very often, but one of the nice things that MooTools came out with was this like object-oriented programming thing that you could do in JavaScript, which if you use JavaScript in the past or in the present, it's kind of not object-oriented, kind of. And so it like kind of standardized a bunch of that stuff. And I think that like really influenced a lot of like the more modern frameworks and kind of like bringing some of that object-oriented programming that people are familiar with from like back-end development frameworks. The equivalent here for what they did was how CakePHP kind of treats drivers for various things. So if you're looking at the caching or queuing or data store access, right, it's kind of the same thing as abstracting how a browser works, right? You interact with that one API, and it works kind of everywhere. You can kind of switch from one driver to another. You can switch from one browser to another. You can switch from one operating system to another, and like the frameworks kind of made it all just work. It's pretty fancy, pretty neat. Again, you didn't have to at this point, you didn't have to load up 15 different browsers to test whether or not your application would fade in that div or not. It mostly just worked, mostly at least. Honestly, I think the promise of write once, load everywhere never really came to fruition. I think a lot of people today, if you're making a website that is customer facing or consumer facing, you probably still pay in some fashion for a website testing service that will load your application in 100 browsers or across 30 different devices. And that never really changed from 20 years ago. I think like the unfortunate thing is developers have been fighting the browser implementers for the past 20, 30 years, and I don't think that's going to change. The interactivity that you wanted to create in your applications, 20, 30 years ago, or even today, you still need to know how the DOM works in order to across browsers in order to make that kind of performant or work across your different devices. The abstractions could really only bring us so far, and developers again needed to know how things like selectors worked everywhere. Again, like you don't have well, maybe today you have probably the same selectors across most browsers, but there are certain things that are only implemented in, say, Chrome or only in Firefox. And as a developer, you still need to know some of those things. And while the jQuery and MooTools and those kind of libraries made those pretty similar everywhere, there were still kind of edge cases that you needed to be aware of, and that was true then, that's still true today. You also probably still need to know stuff like how to center a div in your particular browser of choice, because that wasn't always the same. Cool. So we're getting back on topic. Everyone knows CakePHP is the best framework, and we really only implement the best code. So of course we saw that all of our users in 2004, 2005, 2006, they wanted to implement this like cool new JavaScript Ajax stuff in their application, and they want to create interactive Ajax applications that everyone could use. And so we built the Ajax helper. When I say we, that wasn't me. I actually don't know who built it. We lost history twice over the past 20 years, or 20, yeah, it has been 20 years. We've lost history twice. So if you go back on GitHub, the last release that you'll see is 1.2.0, or the first release you'll see is 1.2.0. If you want to go to 1.1, which is the earliest I can see any mention of the Ajax helper, there's no source for that. Maybe if someone has something online, they can prove me wrong. Mark's story's telling me no. I might have it on a hard drive somewhere at home, but I'm not going to dig that up. The Ajax helper was pretty neat. You could use it to provide functionality like autocomplete, drag and drop. Developers probably would write a little bit of JavaScript and strings in PHP in their applications, and then push that off to the browser, and then pray that to your deity, to your $ deity, that it would probably just work, and the browser would load everything correctly. So here's like actually an example from the bakery where someone was like, this is kind of just works, right? For Scriptaculous, it's pretty great. You have your embedded JavaScript in PHP, and that's pretty horrible, pretty terrible, but this is what we were working with. The Ajax helper, again, itself was built against Scriptaculous, so we only had support for one particular framework at a time. And we use it to provide interactivity to applications. So users could, of course, implement, supplement that with their custom JavaScript. In this particular case, this example is doing exactly that. And again, the first decade of, kind of these interactive applications was a much simpler time. So that's really all you needed to do, right? Applications today are much more demanding, don't have, and don't necessarily have just like a raw string of JavaScript in your PHP, etc. One thing that was interesting here is that you kind of still needed to deal with cross-browser issues. Again, the libraries at the time made some of this kind of work everywhere, but not really. And the other thing here is that most of the community was moving away from prototype and Scriptaculous and moving towards jQuery, right? So if you're familiar with software development in the front end field for the past 20 years, jQuery has probably been top of mind. So slightly before I joined the core team, they released Cake 1.3. For front-end development, CakePHP, the CakePHP 1.3 release was pretty interesting in that it finally provided an abstraction on top of the various JavaScript libraries that you could use for common tasks, right? They changed from having just the Ajax helper, and you could still use Ajax helper in a Cake 1.3 app, to using the JS helper. And then you could drop Scriptaculous in favor of jQuery if that's what it was that you were using in your application anyways. I personally like this. I had written a very small amount of JavaScript at the time, but it was mostly just very terrible jQuery. But I could finally just drop that and use the JS helper in my applications directly. I could finally kind of understand all of the JavaScript that was going on in my application, and I didn't need to know 2 different frameworks or 2 different libraries for interacting with JavaScript in our applications. I'd also like to take a moment to state that there was nothing actually blocking me from using jQuery before. I could use Prototype and I could use jQuery at the same time in my app. You could fight with them, you could namespace jQuery, and it kind of just worked. I also want to say that I mostly stayed away from the JS helper. I didn't really use it that much because it helped bootstrap a lot of the front-end stuff that you could do, but there was always an edge case that it didn't really quite cover, and then I needed to kind of drop down directly into JavaScript in order to build my application. So for instance, if drag and drop worked out of the box, that was pretty great. But if we didn't actually render the list in place, we would maybe click on a button and then render it. So you needed to have some extra JavaScript interaction to do that, right? The drag and drop also needed to wait maybe in certain applications for a timer to hit, or maybe until the rest of the page was ready, or like some other random requirement that the client had. Maybe there was a clown that had to bounce before you could use drag and drop on your page. And so the JS helper was great in that it provided that simple interactivity, but it didn't provide that last mile of whatever it is that we needed to implement. Actually, here's a bakery post where someone was like, hey, it doesn't actually cover this particular requirement, right? So there were people still kind of just hacking around the JS helper to make it kind of work, right? So while I'd rarely use the helper, or I would implement something simple with it, I would inevitably take it out of my application once the application got even slightly more complex. And I think that's also how most of the community felt about the JS helper. It worked until it didn't, and that was kind of almost all the time, right? So I'm going to give another demo. So it's been a little while since I gave my last demo. This demo is also using HTMX. We're going to build a very small application. Again, one thing I want to stress in all of these demos is that HTMX is kind of a progressive technology. You don't really need to know too much extra on top of all of the stuff that you already know about CakePHP, about the view layer, about HTML in general, in order to use HTMX. You just build little small pieces on top of your application in order to enhance the experience for your users. So in this particular case, we're going to build search. It's a pretty common thing to have in your application. You render a table, or you have some page that has some results, and you want people to be able to interact with that and search for responses, right? Typically, you're searching a database. Maybe you're searching a flat file. I don't know. You're filtering those results, displaying the relevant results to your users. It's pretty great. In this particular case, we're going to start by updating the sample index page that we have. In this example, I've renamed it to search. Again, you can name it whatever you want. You could even reuse that index action that you had. So yeah. The index page just paginates by default. So we want to have some form of search. I could create a custom finder for the demo. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to mutate the query in place. But again, you can do whatever it is that you really need to. My search is pretty straightforward. I'm just going to make a like query against my database. Again, you can search another database if you wanted to. It's just for demo purposes. One thing that you'll also notice is that I'm setting the layout to the old default. In my previous demo, I customized the layout. In this demo, I'm going to use the default CakePHP layout. I just renamed them It's purely cosmetic, doesn't really change anything to the application. The only extra change I've done to the layout is included the HTMX library minified in the header. Finally, I'm also going to use detector to check if it's an HTMX request and then use an element for the template. A difference here from our previous method is that I'm respecting a header for that element. HTMX, and I'll show you how this works in a bit. HTMX allows you to inject extra headers to the request, or even just mutate the request in general if you need to. And I'm abusing that to show how, or to display how we can use that to show a different element. You don't need to do that. You can hard code it if you want to. You can also add other headers if you want. So this is just an example. Again, one possible improvement that we can have is to move the disabling of the layout and setting of the temp path in the app controller initialize. You would only do that if you want to do that everywhere in your application. I'm just displaying it here because it's a demo. I'm going to skip a bunch of work, but I'll be baking that search action template using and then customizing it. For the demo, I'm going to use the articles index template that we have in Bake, and I'm just going to put that at the search template. You can also use an pre-existing template that you have in your application if you're modifying a pre-existing app. Feel free to do that. I'm going to show. Oh, sorry. If you look at the template, the only thing that I'm going to add is a form control, and that's going to go on the top of the page. In the previous demo, we would have a trigger that occurred whenever you revealed that span on the page, meaning whenever we scrolled into that span, you would show it. In this case, we only want to trigger we only want to have the HTMX trigger when there's a key up, when we change the input, and we want to have a delay of 500 milliseconds. So that way people can type a bunch of stuff, and we won't constantly make HTML requests. This will make the application a little bit more responsive, and there won't be so much jank occurring and too many extra requests in your application. The other thing here, again, is that I have a little bit of extra code for specifying the HX headers property. This takes a JSON object, so in my particular case, I am JSON encoding a dictionary or an array in PHP. You can also specify a bit of JavaScript code that will dynamically generate your headers. All of my demos here don't require JavaScript code. I don't think that it's necessary for most applications that we're building, and so I'm not going to show how that works, but you can do that if you want to. You can also kind of abuse this to do other things in your app. In this particular case, I'm abusing it to specify an element that we want to display. You could say that it's a particular action that happens in your application, and then use that in your app to specify, here's the particular element you want to display based on some other thing. You could also, instead of doing it with this like extra header, you can just specify a different action completely that has your logic. It's kind of up to you. It doesn't really matter. We're also going to update the URL bar to use it via the HX replace URL trigger. That needs to be a string of true, not a string of Boolean true, or not a Boolean true. If you specify a Boolean true, it's going to update your URL to have a 1 there for casting, so just keep that in mind. But in this particular case, we're changing the URL, and that's going to change the existing browser entry, the browser history entry. You can update the URL, or you can push a new URL via HX push URL if you wanted to. So if every single query needs to be a new entry in your history state, you can do that as well. HTMX kind of allows you to do either. You don't have to do it at all if you don't want to. It's kind of up to you. HTMX comes with a number of core attributes that control how the interactions will work. So instead of doing a GET request that we're showing here, we can use a post, we can do a put, or we can do a delete via HX put, post, HX put, or HX delete. The entire request could be modified via the HX request attribute. We can also create confirmation modals or even disable HTMX completely for things that come back from the response. It's kind of up to you. But with very few exceptions, all of this is controlled by just generic HTML attributes on your elements. And there's no JavaScript required. And that's really what I want to impress upon people. You don't need to have JavaScript in your application. You can avoid it completely, other than that initial include of the library. Mark Story showed off some of this in his talk, where You can have a little bit of JavaScript that injects headers into all of your requests, for instance. But it's completely possible just to avoid it completely for your application, whether that's in CakePHP app or any other application. And again, this demo really only uses HTML attributes to make the dynamic HTML possible. So if you built a CakePHP application before, you can build one with HTMX just fine and not really have to learn a new language for it. So similar to our previous version, I'm going to store the element code. I'm going to use the element to store the actual code that I want to render for the HTMX request. Again, we could have used a view block or avoided this together, or avoided all of this by using hxSelect in order to retrieve just the particular elements I want from that response and display that. It's kind of up to you. What method you utilize really depends on what it is that you need to do within your application, but I really, really do recommend on sticking to one method within your app just so that you can go across your application and kind of understand what's going on. So I'm going to go back to this live demo. So this live demo is search. Let's hope that that works just fine. So we're going to go to our demo page. That's not it. Actually, this is where I found this HTMX plugin. It's pretty great. I am going to use this for my talk on Friday. And I did. So here we have our sample articles index page. If you're familiar with Bake, I didn't really do anything fancy here. I added an input field to search for the responses. You can see down here there's going to be some HTML requests. So that's pretty neat. You'll notice that I only made one request because there was a delay. It replaced everything in that element that we wanted, and I still have everything else. Unfortunately, the pagination is a little weird because I didn't replace that, but you can do that if you wanted to. You could even replace multiple things at once instead of having to hack a helper in the CakePHP core. Pretty nifty, right? So pretty straightforward. Let's go back to my talk. It's nothing super fancy. I didn't have to do any JavaScript here, and this is like your typical Cake application otherwise, right? And a regular CakePHP application, you'd have to enter in some input, and then you press enter. You have a full page reload, and you respond with the entire HTML response that you'd need. So that means that you would render the rest of the view, you'd render the rest of the element, you'd have a ton of extra logic that might not need to be necessary in your application. So cool. We're going to do one last raffle. I think we're doing good on time, are we? Great, awesome. And if not, I can only apologize via email, so please send those emails. I will ignore them. For our we gave the second prize away, so this is going to be a different prize. This is going to be a book. So if you're familiar with HTMX, they have a lovely hardcover book here. I think it's appropriate to give away an HTMX book. Maybe I'll give something else at the next CakeFest, or if you're at the bar, you can convince me to give away something different, like another elephant. But we'll see. So I'm going to go back to my demo, my raffle demo. Beautiful raffle demo. So I'm going to pick another winner. Again, core developers and CakeDC employees cannot win. So if we're actually going to select demo winner 30? Is that someone here? 30? No? Okay, we're going to try again. I'm sorry if you went home, you're just not going to win. No winner yet. Keep waiting. Lucky number 13. Unlucky number 13. Cool. Keep doing that. 31. Is that a number? Bingo. Anyone? No? Jesus. Where is everyone? There's no winner yet. I'm sorry. If this person isn't here, we're going to skip. 31.
Try again.
Are you 31?
No, but I can volunteer.
Okay, well, you're not going to win. So no one won the HTMX book, but don't worry, that's fine. You're going to have another opportunity to win the HTMX book. So again, honestly, the JS helper was the source of a lot of frustration for developers and for the core maintainers. Lots of folks were confused on how to use it, and when they were using it, they either forgot to include a library for whatever it is that they were trying to include, or they forgot to set some option to make the AJAX work with the DOM elements in question on their page. And it wasn't really that interesting for core developers to contribute to. It's just not something that's fun for us to do, and therefore we just didn't want to do anything with it. We'd previously removed the AJAX helper in the Cake 2.0 release that came out in 2011. And then slightly more than a year later, we included, and that was slightly more than a year after including the JS helper 1.3. So sometime in the 2.0 release cycle, I remember there were discussions on removing the JS helper. It was pretty contentious. Most people were on the side of remove it. I was on the side of keep it, and I don't know why that was the case, because I didn't use it, but here we are. We decided to remove it in Cake 3. Outside of the maintenance burden, a lot of folks were starting to actually use more full JavaScript web frameworks, right? So they weren't using just jQuery or just Prototype or whatever it was to build this interactivity. If folks remember, in 2007, the iPhone came out, and that was pretty neat. Was it 2007, 2006? Something like that. But folks were starting to write more interesting mobile web applications. Odd as the motto was, it was SOLOMO, so social, local, mobile. That was the slogan for web app development. And it had important implications for what it was that we were building. So whenever I write a web application, I don't require a ton of interactivity. Maybe there's a drop down here, maybe I have an AJAX call over here, maybe there's some animation to like fade something in or out. But this kind of builds up over time, and you then end up having scripts that kind of fight each other. Maybe you're on the same page and you have a script for that particular action, and then you have a script for the entire page, and they don't interact properly, right? And they're trying to fight over control over a single DOM element that blocks users from buying something on your website, and that's just not a great look for you. And I think the majority of applications don't need a full web framework. So even if you're writing a social, mobile, or local application, you may not have needed to use a framework. But when we were avoiding them, we needed to be pretty careful about building a new framework in JavaScript to display our applications. I think mobile apps like Foursquare or early Twitter were kind of like that. They didn't need a ton of interactivity because we were just kind of fighting stuff like bad phone signal strength or underpowered devices, and not necessarily the fact that like we need to render something complex. But they did need something in the browser. And I think there's like a kind of like an in-between between something like jQuery and the React that we have today. And that was pretty much a death knell for the JS helper in CakePHP. We needed something in between, but we didn't know what it was that it needed to be. And we didn't want to pick the wrong technology for what it was that we wanted to display to our users. And I think developers pretty much everywhere were kind of looking for something better to contain their 1,000-line JavaScript file, script.js files that they had floating in their applications, and maybe something in kind of like a familiar setting or familiar package for their back-end development frameworks. So I think one of the actual first interesting frameworks in this space was jQuery Mobile. It provided a really rich native-looking UI for mobile applications and a better, really overall mobile experience. In fact, one of the first mobile applications I built was actually a ticketing application. We used jQuery Mobile. It's pretty great. It ended up being 30% of our traffic. Pretty awesome. My boss ended up then saying we were always in on mobile. That wasn't the case, but it did prove to us that we could make that possible, viable for our business. And then ended up pushing us to build a real iOS application and a real Android application. There was another early framework that I remember from this time, Backbone.js. Backbone.js was an MVC framework that was very, very similar to CakePHP, to Rails, to any of these other backend frameworks that were available. It was built on top of _JS. So if folks remember jQuery allowed you to kind of iterate over things and select DOM elements and do really whatever you want to do. Underscore was kind of a lighter weight version of jQuery. You could do a lot of the same interactions. It didn't support every single browser, but it supported the more modern stuff that you could do, or more modern browsers. And both of these were pretty grokkable for backend developers, right? So if you're familiar with a backend framework, if you're familiar with an MVC framework, you could pick up Backbone.js and it's pretty straightforward. So if you knew CakePHP, if you knew Rails, if you knew Symfony, you could probably pick up Backbone and build an application in the front end. And in fact, that same ticketing app that I built in jQuery Mobile, we re-architected into a much more performant Backbone.js application. I, of course, built very little of that app because I don't know JavaScript. And it probably wouldn't have been performant if I had done so. So if you want some front-end code, don't hire me. I'm not good at that. There's also a recurring theme here. I mentioned before that a lot of the stuff here is sprouting from backend developers. Ember.js was another framework that came out. It sprouted from the Rails community. If folks are familiar with Ember.js, it came from Sprout Core. That was actually the first version. I think Sprout Core 2.0, and then they created Ember.js. And they both really both Ember and Backbone kind of really pushed forward Web 2.0. In Ember's case, the killer application was a re-implementation of PowerPoint in the browser, which is pretty cool. This is again 2011 when we were still fighting IE5 and didn't know like how to write applications that were like cross-browser friendly. So it's pretty nifty that they could implement an entire desktop application in the browser and have that be super performant. And I think like both of these frameworks really push things forward in a way that's not really appreciated by the JavaScript community today. It's kind of like a candle that blew out really early. So I think to summarize, the front-end community started really rallying behind these frameworks, and CakePHP's JS helper really didn't put it forward, or didn't have like a place in modern application development. The interactions that abstracted didn't make sense to re-implement from more modern frameworks or web frameworks. So you couldn't really say, hey, like we're going to do drag and drop in a Backbone app because that's specific to your Backbone app. Same with Ember. You couldn't use autocomplete, or we couldn't re-implement autocomplete because that didn't really have a place in these newer frameworks, right? We didn't have like a really good abstraction for those new frameworks. So we couldn't really say, hey, like here's how you build a CakePHP app, here's the JS helper, and here's the version that works for both, again, Backbone, for Ember.js, for XYZ framework. We didn't know what to build there. The really only good answer would be to write our own front-end framework, and that I think would have been a bad answer for us to have. And so for better or worse, we just removed the JS helper in 3.0. I do remember there were a lot of people complaining about that. I also do remember that many people did not volunteer to re-implement JS helper for 3.0, so here we are. So most of this talk has been going over ancient history, and I'm going to skip about 10 years of front-end development. The rise of Node.js, server-side JavaScript, the node modules taking up all of your disk space. We could talk about that forever and not really get into CakePHP, so I'm going to skip all of that. There are some frameworks that I do want to mention out there. Today, we can use Ember.js still. It's kind of evolved a little bit. We can use Vue.js. Folks are familiar with React. Folks are familiar with Next.js. I think in the same way that I chose CakePHP because it was a 5-minute tutorial that made me feel like I had superpowers, the front-end frameworks that that you work with that are really good are probably influenced by some blog developer out there or some blog post out there by a developer who decided, hey, this is going to be really performant for me. And then you just like kind of pick that. It's not really decided by anything else, by your framework or anything. So regardless of what framework you pick, you're largely going to have the same issues that you would have with any backend framework, just kind of with a twist. To make it easier to kind of visualize, I'm going to talk about a standard content management system as my example. So when you're building a content management system, you probably have a login page, you have a way to log out, you have some way to manage content, some user management, that sort of thing. Pretty standard bare bones stuff. So if you code that logic in your front end, that means you're probably building an API to power a lot of this stuff, and you're rendering responses based on the responses from that API. You're probably going to be writing routing logic in both your front end and your back end application. You're going to be duplicating a lot of validation logic in both your front end and your back end application, so you can skip requests and to make your application more responsive. And you're probably going to be making bespoke APIs with like a single endpoint that can use to like retrieve that response for your browser. What I'm getting at here is that developing your application at this point now happens twice, right? And it needs to, I think, because you want to have a good experience for your users, right? It doesn't make sense to just implement something in the back end and hope that the front end is going to work fine, or rely solely on your front end for validation and then hope no one's going to try to trick your back end into doing the wrong thing. And I think it's difficult and basically impossible in some cases to expose that same logic from your backend into a front-end app. I think there's like new technologies out there today that allow you to embed PHP in the browser, but it's not super performant in some cases, and it's actually pretty difficult to run. But I think what this means is that the extra duplication extends your development time and introduces more places to have bugs or confusing logic, because now you, again, have to implement this stuff twice. And every time I've encountered this, the front-end team eventually starts writing more and more server-side code to reduce some of the code duplication or the bugs that like we might encounter day to day. Is this interesting work? Maybe. If you want to write more Node on the server, is this good use of developer time? Also, maybe. Depends on if you want to have a company that like is still open tomorrow. Like they could be writing product code as opposed to duplicating your backend logic. Did your CMS also need to be built in React? If it's internal, probably not. If it's public, maybe. I don't know. There's really kind of like no good answer here. I think it's important to really think about the business case, business context, what it is that we're building. In some cases, we actually do 100% need a reactive front-end framework, right? I mentioned working on a ticketing application, and we had a page where we would render stadium charts, right? So you can see where you're sitting in the stadium, and it's pretty great, or the venue, whatever. Imagine if every single time you panned or zoomed or you click on a section and you had a full page refresh in order to see the content. I don't think anyone would ever come back to that web page. My boss would probably have a good long talk with me as to why I thought that was a good idea, and I probably would need to find a new job relatively quickly. We wouldn't make payroll, no one would use our website, we wouldn't sell tickets, etc. I think there's also applications where the front-end framework overcomplicates work. So a content management system is one of those examples where you don't really need a front-end framework. An admin tool that kind of manages an application release doesn't need a GraphQL backend API and a React front-end for like doing that, right? That could just be like a general backend framework, a full-stack backend framework. As you develop applications in the future, I really challenge you to think, do we need this extra technology? Can we just write this all in Cake? Or can we write this all in our backend framework? Is it really necessary for our goal, or is it just something that you're introducing because you write a blog post about this new hot technology and want to implement that? So let's say we don't want or need a front-end framework. Does CakePHP provide enough today in order for us to allow for a bit of interactivity in our application for our content management system? I'd say out of the box, probably no, because we don't have any front-end code for that. The browser still has a gap that it's missing in terms of what it needs in order to provide that reactive type of experience. And especially with the removal of the Ajax helper and the JS helper, we can't do that today. That's not to say you can't build these kind of applications if you need that interactivity. I just had 2 demos where I did that. You can make a simple Ajax request in your application from your form, render some response, and that would be totally fine. You can disable the layout, render different view, etc. You don't need another library for that. You can just do that with jQuery or something like that. Similarly, we can render like elements from an autocomplete form and just render that into the browser. No extra code needed, really. But doing so, I think, gets back into the weird pattern where we have this gigantic script.js file that's 1,000 lines of code that we're now replicating logic in both JavaScript and PHP because we need to build these applications. We've written half a JavaScript framework, and that's not super great. And then we have code that like really doesn't make sense to half our developers, right? The folks that don't understand JavaScript aren't going to be able to contribute to that, and they're just going to leave it alone. I think like we can and should do better for both our frameworks, for our developers, for our customers. Right? So we want to stick with CakePHP, but we also want to build interactivity into our applications. We still do need something like jQuery. We still do need something like Scriptaculous or MooTools or whatever, and use that on top of our framework. But the framework the library or the framework that we choose doesn't actually have to require us to use JavaScript, to write JavaScript to build this interactivity. So I'm going to get to the meat and potatoes of my talk, or at least the end of it. Again, with HTMX, we can lightly decorate our existing CakePHP views to progressively enhance and build interactivity into the application where it matters, right? The demos I've shown in this talk so far have been written with minimal changes to a CakePHP application. If you built any other CakePHP app, you can build a CakePHP app with HTMX. It's all just generic HTML with a couple of extra HTML attributes. Other frameworks have had some method to do this, or some method similar to HTMX in varying degrees. If you're familiar with Rails, Rails initially provided this via turbolinks, which is kind of the same thing as our JS helper. And today they have turboframes that have Hotwire, Strata, Stimulus, etc. Laravel uses Hotwire, and they have something they call Hotwire, and they have Inertia. Does CakePHP need an official integration with some library or framework? I think it might help adoption. Folks might use it and have better applications in general, but I don't know that we need to promulgate something directly within the core. Of course, it doesn't stop you from building like a more interactive application. You can pick an existing library or framework and build these types of things. We're kind of unopinionated about front-end development because there are lots of ways to do the same thing. But if you're looking for something lightweight, I think HTMX might be the way. So we're going to do our last demo. So a common use case in a application is to have some long-running process that you run in the background, and you do this because you want to, maybe keep the user up to date on the status of that process, right? You don't want to do this as part of a web request because then you're beholden to that browser being open for that action to finish, or for your backend to not time out during that request. Common use case for this is to run it in a queue, and you can use the CakePHP queue app, plugin for this work. The work gets processed on some message bus, and then the status might get displayed back to a user in some fashion. For this demo, we're not going to be using the queue plugin, but you can do that. I'm going to be building a polling application in CakePHP for the status of some particular process, right? We're actually going to be polling via HTMX, so that's pretty cool. And then showing that result in the UI. We're going to be building this polling site. I'm going to be building the polling site that I showed off for the raffle. So if you remember my raffle demo, this is all the code that I needed for that. To start, we're going to create our raffle controller with bake. It's going to be more or less empty, so I'm going to specify no actions. Next, we're going to add a very simple index action to the controller. For the demo, we're going to specify the old default layout because I just want to use the old layout. It's fine, whatever. But otherwise, the action's not going to really do anything. The view is pretty straightforward. This form allows us to pick a minimum and maximum number to randomly choose from, right? It gets submitted via a post request that we specify at the top via hx post. So pretty similar to any other post or any other form, except we're going to use hx post instead of URL. The response is going to be written to the winner, the div with the winner word class on it. HTMX provides a couple different ways to swap the contents of the response with the target. We previously specified before end, so before we completed the pagination, added again, but then the default case is inner HTML, which means replace the entire content. You don't need to specify inner HTML, I just have it for completeness here. Other than not having a URL, the form is more or less the same as any other form created by the form helper, right? So when we go, well, I'm going to show this again, we're going to hit start picker for this request. So the start picker action is pretty straightforward. It's essentially going to respond with some HTML and that we need and nothing really else. I'm going to disable the layout. I could have, again, disabled it in our controller everywhere when I detect an HTMX request. In this particular case, all requests of this are going to be disabled, so whatever. One other thing I'm going to do is set the min and max for the template. Cool. So in a template, we're going to use long polling as a mechanism for checking the raffle winner. If anyone's built an application, you've probably built at some point or another a long polling mechanism that's just going to, every couple seconds, retrieve a request from the response or from the server. Alternatives that HTMX does support are server-sent events and WebSockets via extension to that library. We can build that into a CakePHP application. That's just not trivial to do, and for the demo, I didn't really want to spend too much time on it. But for now, we're just going to use long polling. So our template file spits out a div that is triggers a GET request to our choose winner action. We add a couple extra query string arguments via hx vals. Again, there are a ton of extra attributes that you can use in HTMX. In this particular case, you can use hx vals to add more query string parameters. You can also add that to the hx get where we're building a URL. The reason I'm displaying this here is because I'm showing off that you can have extra values that are not related to a URL. So for instance, instead of having rendered array there, we can have JavaScript that dynamically retrieves attributes from your web page on load. The trigger in this case happens every 2 seconds. There are a ton of different triggers in HTMX. This is the third different kind of trigger that I've shown in this demo, and they cover a wide variety of use cases for your applications. If you have something that isn't covered, again, you can fall back to JavaScript to trigger your events if you want to. Finally, we're going to put together our choose winner action, right? So in this particular case, we're going to set the min and max as view variables. We're also going to randomly decide whether we're going to pick a winner, right? So 50% of the time, we don't pick up a winner. HTMX long polling can be stopped server-side by specifying a specific header on the response. So in this particular case, I'm taking advantage of the HTMX component's stop polling method to stop the long polling. The template here is also pretty simple. If there's a winner, we display it. Otherwise, we tell folks that we're still polling. So pretty straightforward, nothing really fancy here. You didn't really need to know anything about JavaScript in order to have this. So I'm going to go back and show off the last demo. So we're at our last demo here. And we're going to display that here. Refresh that page. So you'll see here that I'm going to select a winner. It's going to poll. So that first start picker had the initial, we're going to start polling. And then every 2 seconds, maybe, hopefully. Maybe my browser is broken. Start that again. All right, I needed to pick a min and max. Cool, so we'll do that. Right. Awesome. Great, attendee 21. That's the last winner of CakeFest. We're gonna start again. Come on. 16. Oh, 16, we have a winner.
Oh, yay.
I hope you have luggage space. So pretty straightforward application. We are using long polling here. Again, you can use WebSockets if you wanted to implement a WebSocket server. You can use Server Center events as well. Nothing really fancy here, etc. So one thing I really want to emphasize here, that was raffle time, the HTMX raffle. One thing I want to emphasize here today is that providing interactivity in your application no longer needs a whole new framework, right? In many cases, you might not even need to write any JavaScript at all. And for better or worse, we don't need to revive the JS helper. I think with HTMX, we can provide very delightful experiences for our users. And so I'd like to thank everyone who has worked on the JavaScript frameworks over the years and libraries to make that possible. So that's the end of my talk. Thanks.
Questions? Anybody? Questions?
No questions?
Okay. All right, we are going to break for lunch. You have around 1 hour from now. Okay, I know everybody is arriving back from our lunch break here. If you're watching the stream, we're going to get started again. Make sure you are hashtagging CakeFest and CakePHP, posting your questions in the Slack CakeFest channel or directly on the live stream. It is time to introduce our next speaker. He's actually returning again. He was with us last year, so it's always nice to see familiar faces. This time we're a lot closer to you, just a quick bike ride over. Everybody please welcome Stefan Koopmanschap.
Thank you very much. Welcome to this talk. Good to have you here for my talk about two things that a lot of people think don't go together, and that's open source and business. And I think that, or I hope that I can keep you awake, because I realize that this is just after lunch, so the after lunch dip is going to kick in at some point. So I'm just going to shout if people start falling asleep, okay? So let me first introduce myself, because I'm not a very big part of the CakePHP community. My name is Stefan Koopmanschap. I've been a PHP developer for a long time. I started somewhere in 97, 98. In my spare time, I'm also a radio DJ and a podcaster for a Dutch radio station. And I'm also a climate activist at Extinction Rebellion. So everyone who came here by plane, while you could have taken the train, shame on you. Anyway, I also run a company called Ingewikkeld. We do PHP development in general. So we use whatever framework is available or whatever framework a customer thinks they need, which can be Symfony, which can be Laravel, which could be CakePHP, although the last time I used CakePHP was a long time ago. So yeah, who knows? I mean, I've seen some interesting stuff here already yesterday and today. Maybe I should try it again, right? Do you think I should try it again? Yes, okay. So as I mentioned, I started in 97, 98 with PHP. That was PHP 3 back then. How many people have used PHP 3? I feel really sorry for you. That was interesting. Back in those days, it was very normal for us to mix up PHP and HTML and put SQL queries in there as well. That was very interesting. These days, at least, things are a lot more structured. And I mean, we saw earlier that you can even generate your JavaScript with PHP code now, which is really cool. Actually pretty quickly after I started with PHP, I also started using open source. I started basically using open source pretty quickly because I started downloading some scripts from the internet. There were websites like SourceForge, Hot Scripts. Can you remember Hot Scripts? That it was very easy for me to learn PHP because there were a lot of people out there opening up their code, allowing me to download and learn from that code, and of course start using it as well. Sometime after I started actually becoming an active contributor, I did some work for PHPBB, for instance. I did some work for Zen Framework, I did some work for Symfony, and also like in the general PHP community. So let's first start thinking about why we should contribute to open source. Because of course we can start looking at what we can do, but first let's look at why. A lot of people will know this one. And this is actually, of course, the comics like these are meant to be a bit funny, but it's funny because it's true. There is a lot of stuff out there, software out there, that is really built on top of like a very small component that is maintained by a single person for years already, and nobody realizes that, or maybe they do realize that, but they still accept that fact and still keep building on top of that one component. And that is a bit of a risk. Because what happens if they lose their job and they cannot make the time anymore to put in effort to maintain that project? Or what if they become sick, or what if they do a career change and start becoming a bus driver and they don't want to write software anymore? Or what if they die? So One example that I want to give you is this example. This is me together with Bob den Otter. Bob den Otter is a good friend, was a good friend of mine. He was a big part of the Dutch weblogging community. He wrote some CMSs for blogging, PivotX, and later on he built a CMS on top of Symfony called Bolt CMS. And on January 18 of this year, I got a direct message on Mastodon from a mutual friend of ours saying, Bob has passed away. And that was quite a shock. I knew he was in the hospital, but his last update a week before that was, everything's going to be fine, doctor says they can cure me, so it's going to be great. And it wasn't. So I want to dedicate this talk to Bob, because he's been an inspiration for me for a long time. And this is why we should contribute to open source, because there are so many projects that are mostly maintained by one person. Now, luckily, Bolt already had a bit of a community around it, so that helps. But if there are those projects that are maintained by one person, what happens? So what happens to a project when someone loses interest, when they cannot maintain the project anymore? First step will be that it runs behind. It gets outdated, the dependencies are not updated anymore, and I'm not sure if you've run into this, probably, that when you do composer require and you cannot install a certain package anymore because it depends on another package that is outdated. Well, it's dependency hell, right? So then you get less updates or no updates at all, maybe not even security fixes anymore. Now, this is becoming a big problem. If you don't get security fixes anymore and there is an open security issue for the package, then you've got a problem. And in the worst case, of course, and that can happen as well, the package gets abandoned. And then you have to put in a lot of time and effort to replace that specific package for that specific functionality, which is really annoying. So, back to this picture. What if that project gets abandoned? What if there are no updates for that anymore? What if you build software for this huge enterprise company and that you earn a lot of money with that project, and now you have this problem? Especially if they have like all kinds of compliance things going on, then you have to invest a lot of time replacing that one package. So this is why everyone, not just individual developers, but especially also companies, should be reaching out to open source projects to help, to make sure that these open source projects have continuous support to their community. And there's a lot of ways to do that, and we'll get into that in a bit. But we need to, even for our own sanity and even for our own reasons, we need to keep supporting open source. So let me tell you some stories, some interesting stories that I've experienced over the years with different companies. So an important reason why I'm doing this talk is because I've been trying to do some kind of contribution to open source for a long time. One of the reasons why in recent years we've been pretty successful with my company contributing to open source is because I've seen it fail a lot of the times in the past. I've seen how trying to contribute to open source failed. So I'm going to tell you something about some of those situations. The first place where I saw a real effort to start contributing to open source was an employer that I worked for, and they really tried their best. They even had some of their own tools open sourced, and they gave developers room to keep on building those tools. And for people that wanted to contribute to other open source projects, they were able to do that in a limited way, but at least in a way that we could actually do some contributions and make sure that the packages that we used, we could contribute to that, so they kept existing. And And they really went out of their way to facilitate that. They invested a lot of their profits back into the developers to help them grow, to help them contribute, to go to conferences, to get training, get the best hardware that was available so you could always have enough RAM in your system and things like that. And they were pretty cool. But one of the things that they really hadn't thought of is that the economy fluctuates. So at some point you're in a peak and you can spend all the money you want. But then at some point it goes down. And if you don't have like a healthy form of income to be able to handle that downwards part of the economy, then you have a problem. So what happened was the economy went down, and their solution basically was from one day to the next, okay, we're going to stop all of our open source work because now everyone needs to make as much billable hours as possible. And the main reason for that was that even though they started investing and giving time for open source, they didn't change the rates that they charged to their customers. So they were actually getting in less money, but they still needed to do the work. So this is a good lesson, I think, is that if you want to contribute to open source, you need to make sure that your rates are supporting that. And if your customer says, but why should we pay for you to work on open source? It's because you get a lot of value out of that open source that we use for the project, for you, for that customer. So yeah, this is definitely a preventable problem. And even when the economy went back up, they kept the rates low, and then they didn't pick up on the open source contributions anymore because they just had to, keep the company running, which I can understand, but it's not really good for morale of the developers as well, if they were able to do that before and now they cannot anymore. So then there was another situation, different company, not the same company, that I worked for, and I personally really learned a lot from this. I was hired to be the tech lead at a company, and one of the reasons why was because I was so involved in open source at that point, and they wanted to become more involved in open source. So they wanted me to come in and help them get that started. So I discussed with management about this, and I proposed, well, we can try and do that 20% rule that Google was famous for at some point, where 20% of your time you can spend on open source stuff. Usually that would be the Fridays because it was easy to plan around that. My manager was really interested in that, and the financial director was also quite interested in that, and he came up with, okay, we need to adjust our rates a bit to be able to support that financially. Hey, this is a lesson that I learned earlier. That's good. So we ended up doing this. This is great. And it worked for a bit. And I got the feeling that I had solid support out of management. But then the trouble began. Because I had gotten my manager on board, I had gotten the financial guy on board. I didn't talk to one of the other owners, and that was the person responsible for sales. And he was very much of the opinion that open source was just there to use to earn money. So he decided he was not okay with this, even though I had already sorted this with the other management. He was not okay with this. So while he couldn't convince the other owner that we should stop with this, he still started selling projects as if we were still available for 40 hours a week. And then he put the problem on our plate when we were not able to deliver in time. And yeah, you can see the problem here. We were getting behind on projects because we were planning based on 32 billable hours a week, and he was planning on 40 billable hours per week for every developer. Yeah, that's not going to work. So that escalated at some point, and we had some, let's call it heated discussions at some point. Yeah. This ended, well, eventually this ended with me leaving the company. But before that, already this ended with us having to stop this program of contributing to open source because that owner was just, you know, he kept on selling on at full capacity. We were not able to do that. So getting started with open source in a company, especially in an existing company, isn't easy. And what you need to learn is that you have to have full support of everyone in your business, not just the financial person, not just your manager, but you have to have everyone on board. Also the sales, the project management, everyone needs to be on board and needs to change the way that they work to be able to facilitate this. And so even if you have that change in your rates to be able to financially support the change, you also need to change the planning and things like that. So all of the stakeholders, the full management, everyone. Well, as I mentioned, the rates, you need to adjust the rates to be able to cover the cost, because you still have to pay people for those hours, so you have to cover that cost by the rates that you charge for the billable hours. If you have the opportunity, and of course for existing companies this is hard, if you have the opportunity, do it right from the start. Because if you're used to it when you start your business, if you're used to that already from the start, it's a lot easier to keep this going. And that's what we did at Ingewikkeld. We did this from the start. We always did 4 days for the customer and 1 day for other stuff from the start. So let's talk about my company and how we started. As I said, we started with the 32 hours a week billable, and the Friday was meant for other stuff. And when we started, I was the only developer, and I was also the person doing the financial administration and things like that. So I wasn't actually doing a lot of open source because I also had to do these other tasks for running my business, and I wasn't really willing to spend 60 hours a week on the business, or 80 hours a week. So I wanted to do stuff like that on Friday so I could actually enjoy the weekend. But whenever I had a bit of time, I would do some research and development. I would do some contributions to open source. I would prepare talks. I would do a lot of stuff that wasn't actually earning me money, but was somehow giving back to the community. And as the business grew from just me as a developer to a couple of developers, we kept that going, because this was great. And now, because we had multiple people, I would still be doing the administration, and that's fine. But now we had other people, and they could just spend their full Friday on open source stuff or on other things that contributed something to the community. So we would work for customers on Monday to Thursday, and then on Friday we would start doing fun stuff. And this is very important to realize, that contributing to open source does not always mean that you have to write code. There is a lot of other stuff that you can do to somehow contribute to the wider community. We wrote code, but we also organized an event where people could learn stuff, which is a great way of contributing. I mean, the people here, the organizers, they're doing a great job enabling us to learn, right? And that's also a great way of contributing to a community. Let's look at some of the projects that we did. Oh, that one was supposed to be at the end. We employed two main developers for the PHP Documenter tool, and they were spending a lot of their time working on PHP Documenter. Some of the new features that have been coming into that tool in recent months have been built during our hours. And I cannot take all the credits as our company, because they also spent a lot of their spare time on this, but we at least facilitated that they could spend some of their business time, some of their company time on building PHP Documenter. The picture you saw earlier was from WeCamp, which was an event on an island. People were sleeping in tents. We had satellite internet. We had no fixed electricity. It was a lot of fun. And there we were able to help people grow, both on a technical level, but also on a personal level. And it took us a whole lot of time to organize that, but it was so much fun. And then at some point, something happened with this global pandemic, so we couldn't do something in person anymore, so we started online conference, which was a free online conference, a one-day conference, and later we did the Ingewikkeld sessions as well, which was a live stream on a specific topic. That was a lot of fun, and there was a lot of... And this is stuff that you can do without... Okay, so this is a lot of work, stuff like this. So you don't want to do that on your own. But there's so much more. I mean, I asked around while preparing this talk inside Ingewikkeld, what else did you do on your Fridays? And people responded with, well, I created rules and contributed that to Rector, the project that allows you to easily refactor stuff. The Rector rules that they created, for instance, to migrate from mockery to prophecy. Or people added bug reports to the Psalm project. They added PHP 8 support for open source projects because some projects didn't have PHP 8 support yet. They sent in bug reports to Symfony. They contributed to a PSR, or they helped users of open source projects on Twitter, which was still a thing back then. So there's so many ways of contributing to open source that are not actually writing code. Just being in the CakePHP Slack, being in the support channel and answering questions, that is already a great contribution. So now, if you want to start contributing to open source as a company, then start small. Don't think we are going to open source our whole code base and now everything is fine and we are doing open source. You really don't want to do that. That's a lot of work and a lot of effort and a lot of risk as well, because you also have to maintain that. And that is a lot of work as well. But you can start small. If you work on a project for a customer and you encounter a bug, a small bug in whatever library that you are using at that point, even just reporting that bug is already a contribution. And if you can take it a step further and actually send in a pull request fixing that bug, that is even more great. Things like that. It's very small. You can even do it while you work on that feature. That is a great contribution. If you have a bit more time, you can also look at the issue tracker of an open source project and help triage issues. This is work that it takes a lot of effort for the maintainers of a project to do that kind of work. If you can take that work out of their hands, then they can focus on the bigger things, because that's what a maintainer should do, right? Focus on the bigger things in that project. It's small things like that. If you run into a problem with the code that you're working on, and you find a solution to that problem, and you figure out this is not in the documentation anywhere, you can add that to the documentation. Or you can write on your own blog if you want to do that, but still then you share with the world your solution to that problem. It's small things like that that can help you get started with contributing to open source. And in a similar way, of course, if you are still on Twitter or you are on Mastodon or, the Slack I mentioned before, or discussion forums, things like that, just answering other people's questions helps. This is how I started with open source. I was a user of PHP, and at some point I had learned enough to be able to answer other people's questions. So I started answering other people's questions on the support forum. And at some point, the crew of PHP said, hey, we've noticed that you've been answering a lot of questions. Do you want to be on our support team? That's how I got started as an official contributor of an open source project. It's a very simple way of doing that. Then another question that I get a lot about starting with open source is, how do I choose what project to contribute to? And a lot of people immediately think, oh, I need to contribute to CakePHP, like a big project. I need to contribute to CakePHP, or I need to contribute to PHP itself, because this is what we use a lot. Sure, but there's already quite a few contributors. And if we go back to the start, there are also a lot of projects maintained by just 1 or 2 people. So look at the list of libraries that you use and identify one of those projects and start contributing to that. That has a much bigger impact because you remove the bus factor. Now there's more people that if one person gets run over by a bus, other people can pick up on that project. That's the stuff that can actually really have an impact on the open source community. So if you look at the developers that you have, the people that work for you, maybe not even developers, if your company wants to contribute to open source, I don't know about you, but I get the feeling with a lot of open source projects that if you look at their user interface, you can see that it's being built by a backend developer. So if you have some front-end developers available, you can also enable them to contribute to the front end of such a project. If you have UX developers available, please ask them to contribute to, for instance, Linux, because UX there, okay, this is my opinion, okay? But still, I mean, so it doesn't even have to be just backend developers that can contribute to open source. If you have marketing people, I mean, open source projects need a lot of help with marketing because they cannot do that themselves usually. So there you can also help. It doesn't even have to be developers. So look at who you have working for you and what they can contribute, and then start contributing that in one way or another. So to get back to that whole why question, why would we, or maybe not even why, but what can we get out of this? What can we get out of contributing to open source? Well, first of all, of course, contributing to open source is good open source citizenship. You know, if you take something from open source by using open source packages, you can give something back as well. That's just being nice. Despite what the owner that I mentioned earlier thought, that open source is just there to earn money on, no, you can also give back. And so, yeah, what you get is a continuity for open source projects. By starting to contribute, you make sure that that project can survive. Well, maybe not everything, but at least survive for longer than if there is no contributions there or just one person. Then there is a big benefit for the developers or the people that contribute. I shouldn't even say developers. The people that contribute. Because when you do, let me see, there. When you do contribute, you also learn yourself, because you are working on something other than what you're usually working on. So it's a different context, which may need different solutions to the same problem, or it might even have different type of problems that you can learn from, that you can then go on and use in the next project where you might encounter that problem. So it's a relatively easy way of also investing in growing your knowledge and your experience. And then you also get free code reviews, basically. because once you create that PR to that project, then the maintainer will actually have a look at your code and give you some feedback on what you've been doing, how you solve the problem, and that feedback can also help you grow. So that's also a great way. Like the first 2 pull requests that I sent to open source projects, they got rejected. The first one because I was solving a problem that wasn't there according to the maintainer, which I still not sure I agree with, but okay. And the second one because the solution that I created was not the right solution according to the maintainer. The problem that I created the PR for still got solved eventually because someone got inspired by my PR to solve it in a different way. So that problem eventually got solved. It was just not my code that solved it. And that can still happen, but that's fine. That's fine. Eventually, the problem got solved. Also, contributing to open source can be great marketing. There are a lot of companies out there looking for developers, for instance. And if they start looking around for job openings and they see your name in some open source project, then they already know, oh, this is a cool company, because they also give back to the community. They don't just take from it. If a potential customer has, I don't know, some kind of e-commerce system and they run into an issue with that and they start searching on the internet for a solution and they see your company name connected to that project, they might just contact you because now you're the expert on that project. So it's a great way of marketing your company to both potential customers but also to potential developers. So this is a lot of reasons. But the most important reason for a lot of business people is money. It's all about money. And doing open source can actually earn you money. Of course, these are specific situations. If you think of WordPress, you think of specific companies, right? Automatic, for instance. They earn a lot of money with WordPress. WordPress is open source, but they are the company behind that and selling a lot of services around that. Symfony has a similar company. Well, CakePHP, I think, has a company behind it as well. But it doesn't even have to be the official company behind it, because Ingewikkeld does not create open source. As in, we don't have our own project. Well, we have some small libraries, but that's negligible. But we still offer training, for instance, or consulting for Symfony, for Laravel. We could do CakePHP, probably, although I'd rather you do that because I know not enough about CakePHP. And I had a discussion earlier. One thing that, for instance, Laravel community has solved a lot is the monetization of open source work. They have a lot of packages where you pay a relatively low fee to be able to use that, a low license fee to be able to use that. And this is something that I don't see a lot in open source yet, but it's a great way of being able to also ensure the continuity of a project. As long as it brings in money from license fees, even if it's just a small amount per installation or whatever, that still makes sure that you can keep on working on that project because you're still getting in money from that project. So that's a great way of being able to earn some money in this way. And if like a small company from a small country like the Netherlands is able to contribute to open source, like we have been doing with Ingewikkeld, then I'm pretty sure that bigger companies should be able to do that as well. How many of you have heard of the PHP Foundation? A lot of hands. Okay, so not everyone. Okay, I'm going to explain. The PHP Foundation is a non-profit organization that you can donate money to that, and that money is being used to pay people to work on PHP, on the language. So we were in, like a couple of years ago, the PHP was basically that small project in the image at the start. There was one person doing core development, and that was about it. And now the PHP Foundation is there, and we have several people being paid to work on the language. And that means that not only do we get like a regular release schedule, we get a lot of new cool features and some lesser cool features, but still, I mean, we get a lot of cool new stuff in the language itself that now everyone else can start using. If you look at the website, the PHP Foundation website, they have they are very transparent, so they have a full list of everyone that donates to that project. If I look at that, then I'm quite shocked. There's a lot of individual developers that donate money, like you, me. We don't donate a lot of money, but we still donate a bit of money, right? A small amount. But if you look at the amount of companies who earn a lot of money using PHP that don't donate, it's just a small amount of companies that actually donate. So if you want to take one thing out of this, I would say go back to your business and tell them to start donating even a small amount of money to the PHP Foundation, because this is what everyone here is earning their money with. It shouldn't be that hard. And if, of course, you have the time, your spare time or even company time, to be able to contribute code or triaging bugs or whatever, doing something like that actively, that is also great, because that also helps move projects forward. And that's it. Any questions? No questions? I won't bite unless you want to. There's one question there.
You guys.
Thank you for that. Did you find that bringing your customers in to supporting your endeavors was as equally challenging, or were they on board with it too?
So within Ingewikkeld, we didn't really actively, well, we communicate on our website that we contribute to open source, but we didn't actively talk to customers to tell them that we were doing open source contributions. We just went ahead and did it. Of course, as I mentioned, we did it from the start, so that's a bit easier. So for existing customers, it's sometimes a bit harder if you just tell them, okay, we're going to raise all the rates 20% now to cover open source development. So what I did at some point for a customer that also wanted to do this was to keep, existing customers would keep their existing rate, but every new customer would get like a higher rate, and for the existing customers, we would gradually, over the years, raise the rates a bit. And that worked well for them. They wouldn't have the big margins. For a while, they wouldn't have the margins that they used to have. But they were still able to support the whole open sourcing, contributing to open source.
Thank you.
Yeah? Any more questions? No? Okay. How many people is in my company is the question here. I'll just repeat it. We used to be with 5 developers. Right now it's just 2. We had some changes internally, and yeah, so it's 2 developers right now. One of them is still one of the maintainers of PHP Documenter. And at some point we'll have more developers again, and we'll keep on doing what we're doing. Any more questions? Okay, so I have a blog and a company website, of course. I'm on Mastodon. I still have an account on Twitter, but I don't use it anymore, so don't mention me there. And I also have this last link, and that's the one important link, because I link to some interesting resources on contributing to open source there. So if you take anything from this talk, take that link, and that will give you more information later. Thank you very much.
And I didn't follow the rules because I just literally mentioned you on Twitter with that. Okay, I have one final elephant. If you haven't noticed also, our schedule was changed up a little bit. Michi was able to go first instead of last, so we're going to be starting the cake ceremony a little bit earlier than normal. I don't even know if I prepared Mark to cut the cake, but I think you just come knowing, yeah. So if you're watching from home, don't forget to have your cake ready. We have one final talk, and then we will be doing our cake ceremony here live in Luxembourg. So let's give away the final elephant that I have. 23. I feel like I've picked this number before. It's 23 here. 29. Getting closer. 26. Oh, you won already. 27. You won too, right? Oh. That's all. 16? Have you won 16? You won, right? Has everybody won something? 19?
Shall we just raise hands who didn't win
Yeah, who
anything
hasn't
yet?
won?
Who got nothing so far?
I thought you did win. You did?
No.
But I pulled your number?
28.
Well, let me keep picking. Well, let me do it fair. Hold on.
Let me pick a random number
Okay,
between
I
28 and
already
28.
I already said 26.
28.
Okay. 15? 15? Have you won? 15? It just pulled 1 again, which I know is marking anyone. 19? This random number generator, Google is not working out. 24? 24? 17? You're about to get real lucky because I'm over this. 8? These are all 16, I think I already called that. Okay, 28. Okay, so now we're going to get ready for our last talk of the day. I'm kind of excited to hear about this. You know, we talk about specifically in our group, you know, our CakePHP core and how much we appreciate them and all the hard work they put in, but it's equally, you know, important for growing the PHP core as a whole, and we're going to learn more about that from our next speaker. So welcome, Florian Engelhardt. Flip it over. It goes on like this. I know that looks odd.
It's weird.
It'll make things look close.
Ah, nice. Okay, can anybody hear me? Yes, sounds right. Give me just a second. Okay, welcome to Growing the PHP Core, one test at a time with me. My name is Florian. I'm working at Datadog, where I'm building a continuous profiler for the PHP language. I'm also an open source contributor. I did contribute to stuff that I used in my day-to-day life. That typical pattern is I need a feature, That's not there in the upstream library, so we just built it and contributed. Most of this time, like earlier, I contributed to stuff like PHP unit itself. I contributed to GraphQLite. So by the way, if you need to build a GraphQL API on top of PHP, GraphQLite is an amazing library, check that out. And later I started contributing to PHP itself by writing tests, the documentation, and the core, the send engine itself. And I'm doing so although I'm married with 5 kids. That being said, even with 5 kids, you can find time to contribute to open source. Hopefully your employer allows you. Okay, so quick story. In 1993, I got my first computer, and along with that, I got a book, GW Basic for bloody beginners. No PHP inside yet, but I like the feedback cycles, the short feedback cycles of GW Basic. You just wrote your software, you hit F2, it would run, or it would fail, and you would see immediately what was going on. And I really liked that. And in 1995, 2 years later, I went online the first time. I came to the internet, found out about all these internet technologies, about HTML, JavaScript, style sheets back then, and a bit of Perl. And I still had these same short feedback cycles in those web technologies, and I really liked that. So in September 2000, I decided to join an internet agency, and they were baking web pages. And they had 2 teams. One was doing Java server pages, and another team was doing PHP. I don't know why or how, but I ended up in the PHP team. And PHP 4 got released earlier that year, so people were actually pretty happy because they could start using object orientation. And I was sat next to one of the PHP developer, and they showed me what PHP is about. I had no idea about PHP. I knew something about Perl, but not much about nothing about PHP and not much about server-side scripting languages. So they showed me some examples like echo 1+1 and went to the browser, hit F5 and you saw 2, and then they did an include file, and then in the other file you did something, and that was magically on the screen. And when I saw this, I was immediately like, nobody will ever use this. So I started to explain why I think this is the case. This 1+1 thing, I can do a document write 1+1 in JavaScript. I have this. If I need includes, I can use server-side includes in Apache. So I don't see why I had to add this PHP thing to my stack. And once I finished my rant about PHP and why nobody will ever use this, I looked into these faces. So good thing is they didn't fire me on the spot. They explained to me what they were doing the entire day, like what actual problems they were solving. They showed me actual code and not these examples anymore. They showed me what a database is like and how to communicate to a database and what you store in there and how you can do all of these things. And in retrospective, this moment was the moment in time that I realized what power gives you a server-side scripting language. And the other thing I realized is what these 30 software developers were actually doing the entire day. And so in September 2000, that was the moment that I got introduced to PHP. And so far, my entire professional career is based on the fact that PHP exists. Back then, people started developing PHP, started creating it. Today, people are still working on PHP, and hopefully in the future, people will contribute to PHP and build on PHP. So it's pretty much safe to say that 90% of the time, I got paid to solve problems, and I was able to do in PHP, which basically boils down to all the money that I earned. Everything that I have in my professional career is based on the fact that PHP exists. And fast forward, a few years later then, I thought it's about time to give something back to the community, but not just leaning on them, but giving something back. And in the year 2017, I stumbled on the PHP Test Fest. The 2017 edition was the last edition so far. It was organized by Ben Ramsey and Sammy K. Powers and a lot of others. And the idea of the Test Fest was to write tests for the PHP core itself. And that was also the moment then I realized that there is tests for PHP. I had never thought about this. But there is tests for PHP. And the lucky thing for me was that those tests are written in PHP. So I immediately knew that this is the way that I could contribute to the core. Because usually when I approach a new code base, I do so by executing the test, checking the code coverage report, write tests for stuff that is not covered yet. And I would be able to do so for the PHP core in PHP, which was pretty amazing. So no need to add a new language feature, draft an RFC, and go through all of this, or get exposed on the internals mailing list. So this was amazing. Now I want to show you how you can contribute to the PHP core. Basically, what you need to do in order to run the tests, you need the source code from PHP that's hosted on GitHub. So you git clone, then go into that directory. There's a few scripts to run. There's just build conf, configure, then make j. The -j is just for the parallelization. So make will start compiling in parallel, so it gets a bit faster. And after that, you have your custom built PHP binary. One note here is fork before cloning. If you want to open a pull request later, probably there's no one in the room. There's not much people that are allowed to push to the PHP source repository directly. So create your own fork so that you can create a pull request later. And once you have done this, you can run the tests with there is a make file, so you can just make test. If you run make test, it will just execute one test after the other. There is this test PHP args argument environment variable that you can set, and you give it -j and then the number of processes that you want to start. And then it will start multiple parallel test runners, so it gets way faster. And after that, you get a test result summary, which could look something like this. Your experience might vary, but you can see there is the number of tests overall. That's 17,000 tests. That's in the spread over the PHP source repository. 5,377 of these tests, like 30% of the tests have been skipped in this case. That's usually because there is extensions missing. So when extensions are not there, then those tests are not being run because they would fail anyway. Otherwise, there is some skip arguments that you can set. So you can say, for example, I don't want to run performance-sensitive tests. I don't want to run I/O tests. I don't want to run tests that require me to be online, such things. Then you get a number of warnings, tests that have failed, no have failed. There is 25 expected failures. That's something interesting. I'm gonna explain this later. And then 99.7% of all the tests that have been run have passed in 52 seconds. That's pretty nice. Okay, the question is now, how does a test actually look like? What's being executed there when we execute this? And a basic test, a basic PHP file looks like this. So you have basically it's a ASCII file divided into sections, and there is multiple of these sections. There is a test section, which is just the name of the test, so it should be pretty short because the test runner is printing out this. This is just what you're testing. If you have more descriptive text, if you run out more stuff, why this test exists, so what's it doing, there is a description section that you can use, where you can just write down all your descriptions about the test. Then there is this extension section, which is there to just make sure that this test will only be run when this extension is available. So the core is always available, but for example, there is a clib or other extensions that are not available, not like built by default. And if they're not there, you don't need to run the test. If you have more, let's say, dynamic things on if the test should run or not, there is the skip if section. The test runner will execute this section. And when the output starts with skip, it will skip this test. So you can check if a function exists or something. Like this, you shouldn't do this because if the string length function isn't there, although the core extension is loaded, then we have a problem and the test should fail. But technically it's working. Then there is the file section. That is your actual test. So usually there's a lot of var dump in there. Because the way this works is the test runner will execute the contents of the file section and then match the output against the expect section. So usually what you do is just a lot of var dumps in there. You var dump stuff that return values from function calls. And in this case, we have a var dump on string length hello world, and we expect it to be an integer 12. That's what should go back. And then there is, if you have, let's say, dynamic stuff in there, in the output, like a file name or line numbers of a file or something that could change depending on the environment. There is also an expectf section, which allows you to use the substitution tags that you know from printf, like %s for a random string or %d for a decimal. There's also expect regex section, which allows you to place a regex in there, and then the test runner will match the regular expression against the output of the file. And then last but not least, you have a clean section, that clean section is there to clean up after yourself. So if you create temporary files that could be laying around, that could influence the same test run again or something, you can clean up there and remove files. One thing you need to know, even though this is one file, the test runner will split this up into separate files and will call all of these things in isolation. That means if you create a variable in the file section holding a temporary file name, that variable will not exist in the clean section anymore, because it's a new process that PHP will launch. Just to make sure that whatever failure you have in the file section, however that fails, that the clean section will be executed anyway. Okay, now that you know how to run the tests and how a test looked like, the next question is, what do we test? So back then, when I started, there was gcaf.php.net, which had the code coverage report. That was retired. Then the code coverage report moved to Azure CI, and now it's finally at CodeCaf. So you can go to CodeCaf.io, GitHub, PHP source, and you find the code coverage report for the current master branch. Back then, I mentioned this because the screenshot you're going to see is from gcaf. You don't see this in CodeCaf, but I found this one. So I was like roaming gcaf and looking for something that's not covered. And I found this function. This is the PHP function setlib get coding type. And I thought it was all red, so no tests. Technically, it looks like it's just a switch statement on a variable that returns something. And that was all. So I immediately knew this is I'm going to write a test for this thing because it's super easy. So I wanted to find out what the function actually did. And the setlib get coding type function adheres to some magic that PHP does. PHP does a lot of magic. One thing it also does is magic output compression for you. So if you have enabled the output compression with an INI setting, and you get an HTTP request while the client sent you, along with the HTTP request, an HTTP accept encoding header that is being set to either gzip or deflate, then PHP will magically do output compression. So it will send in the HTTP response header to the client that it does output compression and which compression algorithm it decided on. And it will also actually compress the output that it sends to the client. And the setlib get coding type function is a function for you in PHP to use in userland to find out if PHP will do output compression, and if so, which algorithm we decided to go for. Like, will it be gzip or deflate? And it will return false if it's not doing any output compression. Yeah, so that's basically the thing that it does. You can find this by looking into the source code. You can also just go, if you go to php.net/setlib get coding type, you will see exactly this like documentation, what PHP will do, and what this function will do for you. So still, I believe this is super easy. I'm going to write a test for this. So I need to write a test for the absence of an accept encoding header. So if there is an HTTP request without an accept encoding header, this function should return false. There should be a test for an accept encoding header being gzip or deflate, then it should be either one. Or like the accept encoding header could be something else, because its user input could be anything. And then the clib get coding type function should also return false, because it does not understand what's going on. Okay, and of course, the INI setting that we're going to toggle on is setlib.output compression. That's the INI thing. It's basically just a Boolean, so you set it to true, and then PHP will do, or will try to see if there is an accept encoding header with something valid. Or you turn it off, then PHP will just ignore this. Okay. Let's demo something. And let's hope that all of this works. Yes, looking good. Okay, so I compiled PHP this morning. So you can see the build is from just this morning, 10:22. So it's just a few hours old. That's the latest and greatest you can get in PHP. Basically, if you do that, you can also deploy that to your production machine and be on PHP 8.4 already. I would not advise you to do so, but you could. Okay. One thing I want to show you is how to run the tests. We got this on the slides, but we can run them live here. So I'm just gonna use make test PHP arg-j20 to run 20 test runners, and then test, which will just execute the tests. So this should be relatively fast. You can see in the lower right the number of tests that are being executed and how many tests there are, and that there are, at this point in time, 20 concurrent test workers running. And this is the point in time where I can drink something, and we can embrace the beauty of the tests running. Hopefully no one's failing. If someone's watching on this stream, you're going to see a lot of compression artifacts now. But that's okay. It should be finished in probably 30 seconds or something. In the end, like one thing I can also say, we see a lot of pass in the first, let's say, column. And there can also be skip and fail and warn and other things. And after the pass, skip, or fail, or whatever status you see, the line here is just the name of the test, so what we had as string length test. So you see sometimes people are writing more stuff, but that's okay. But just be brief if you write something there, because like it's going to be printed out here. Okay, it's shutting down. So you see there's only one concurrent test runner working. That is the one, the last one that is running all the tests that should not be run in concurrently, because they interfere with other tests. And let's scroll a bit up so that we see the test results summary. Okay, so in this case, it took 76 seconds to run the test. We see there is, in PHP 8.4, there's now 19,405 tests. That's good. And there's one warning, 4 failures. That's bad, and 8 expected failures. But you can also see there is some extensions not being there. So 41 extensions have been skipped. That explains why there is 5,300 tests not being executed. And 28 extensions are in this PHP binary, on this PHP compilation that I did for this talk. Yeah, and there's still 4 tests that were failing. And after this summary, you get a summary of the expected fail tests. So you see the names of the tests that have failed and the file names. And you see the exfail reason, why they fail. So usually this is like stuff where you write a test before you solve the problem, or when there is upstream bugs that we know about. So like, I don't know, there is an upstream library that we are linking against, and there's a bug in there, and we already write a test for it in PHP. And then as long as the upstream library has not made a new release, this test is going to be failed. So we expect the test to fail at this point in time. The interesting thing is here, once the test like magically does not fail anymore, this will be counted as a failed test, because like you had the expectation of it failing, it's not failing. So then we have failed tests. There was some work in the DOM node stuff, but that's failing. Some file permissions in change mod is failing. Someone's going to look into this before there is a release candidate. And then there is a warning. Oh yeah, we had this here. Exfail is action, but test passes. So that's the warning. So there is some test that had an exfail, but it's now working. Okay. What I wanted to do is I wanted to write the test for the setlib function get coding type. So I prepared this test here a bit. So we have a test section that's called setlib get coding type with gzip encoding. That's what we want to test. The clib extension is not compiled by default. So if you want the clib extension, you have to state this explicitly in the configure command. I'm going to set this dependency. And then we have the file, which is our the PHP code that we want to execute. And we know that the accept encoding is an HTTP request variable. So there is $_server HTTP accept encoding, where you can read that value from the HTTP request. So we can also write to that and just state assign gzip to that $_server HTTP accept encoding. And now it looks like there has been an HTTP request with an accept encoding of gzip. Then we set the setlib output compression to off. And after that, the state should be that setlib get coding type should return false. That we will see in the expect section 5 lines below. So we do a var_dum on setlib get coding type. Accept coding is set to gzip, but INI setting is turned off, so PHP should not do any encoding, so it should return false. And once we enable the compression coding, set it to on, and call setlib get coding type again, it should return the string gzip, because now the state is that output compression is turned on, and accept encoding is gzip. So let's execute this test and see how it goes. If you want to run a single test, you can run make test and give it the tests arguments, and then you can give it either a directory or something weird happened. You can either give it a directory or you can give it a file. Let me see if I can make this work. Okay, this should execute just one test, the setlib encoding type, and it failed. I mean, it failed quick. That's something, but it failed. Okay, one thing is whenever you run the tests, the test runner will explode all of the stuff, all of the section into files, so it will create the shell script that it uses to execute the thing. You can use the shell script also to run the same PHP file in a debugger, be it LLDB, GDB, whatever, or with Valgrind or without. It will have the PHP file, which is the file section there, and then it will run the test. It will create an output, an expected output file, and it will create a diff for you and the log and everything. And when the test fails, it will leave you with all this stuff scattered around. So we can have a look into the log file and see what's in there. And so we see the expected output and the actual. Good thing is the Boolean false, the first thing, that matches. So that's good. That's 50%, I would say. But after that, we get a warning and a Boolean false, which is OK. So the warning is that we're calling ini set and set setlib output compression. We set that to line 5. That's probably the second one. Going to have a look later. That's probably the second one, turning it off, no, turning it on. And it says that it cannot change the ini setting because the headers have already been sent. What's going on here? So that's line 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's this one. So this call to ini set, PHP will not allow us to change the output compression variable anymore because headers have already been sent. So what's happening here is the client indicated to us that they understand gzip output compression. We turn it off, and then we do a var dump. The var dump starts the output, starts sending stuff to the client. So what PHP will also magically do for us, it will create the HTTP response header, indicating to the client that there is no output compression. And after that, we want to change that back and would do something. Now the problem here is that if you would allow that and would start output compression in the middle of the output, there is no way to communicate to the client that, well, part of the stuff I sent you is compressed and the other rest is not. But I can't tell you where it goes on and off. But just like, yeah, and the client would just get gibberish and has no idea what to do. So we're not allowed to do this. But what we can do is we can just store this in a variable. And move the var dump to here. That should do the trick, so we are not doing any output anymore before the second change of the output compression. And we're doing the var dump of A and the var dump of the second setlib encoding type call, and that should work now. So let's execute the test again. And it failed again. But we know we can have a look here. I would call that progress. The second test is still failing, but like that's weird because it looks like all right. But somehow PHP is not reacting either on the ini set or something is off because it should definitely do something here, but it's not. So there's multiple ways that you can go through this now. So one way that I did is because I was already in the source code checking the code coverage report and the function. There is the implementation, and the screenshot we saw is the x-setlib/setlib-c file. And that was the wrong button. That's right. No, okay. So here we go. This is the function from the screenshot in PHP 8.4, so in the current master branch. There's not too much change. The only thing changed is it's not a return false, it's a return throws now if you pass any parameters into the function, because setlib encoding type has no arguments. So if you pass in anything, it will throw. But besides from that, it's still the same stuff. It's a switch on the compression coding variable. The setlib-g is just a macro that allows to access on the globals for that for the extension. So we can ignore that. Technically, it's just accessing a variable called compression coding as a switch statement on it. And whenever that's PHP clib encoding gzip, it will return the string gzip. The same for deflate or false. But in this file or somewhere in the PHP source code, there has to be like somewhere we need to write to the compression coding variable because that has to be set somewhere. So we can just go through the source code and look for places where someone's writing. So there's a switch statement as well. There's something weird going on, no idea what that is. This is also just a return. And this is where we are writing to the compression coding variable. Okay, so if we go, if we go here, there's a function called PHP setlib output encoding. This is C code. PHP does call this somewhere, but this is the only place 4 lines below and 6 lines below where in PHP and in this extension, someone is writing to the compression coding variable. So this is where it's initialized. And this is the this PG HTTP globals track var server is, let's say, the C way of accessing the $_server superglobal. The PG is the PHP core globals, and there is the track var server is the $_server array that we have in user space. So this looks all right. This next line here is trying to find the HTTP accept encoding key in that $_server superglobal. That's because arrays in PHP, in like the CPU doesn't know what an associative array is, but it knows what a hash map is, so we can create hash maps. So arrays in PHP are technically hash maps at the lower level. So the $_server is a hash map, and we are trying to find here the there's a send hash string find that is looking in the hash map for the HTTP accept encoding key. So this is also looking okay. It looks like it's the $_server superglobal that we are that it's working on. Then it calls this convert to string, whatever that does, and after that it's comparing if whatever is in encoding is either cheesy or deflate, and then that's the one or the other. So this, without too much C knowledge and without too much knowledge of the PHP internals, it looks like a bit that this code that we have here actually bakes the case that we are doing the right thing. We are influencing the $_server superglobal. It's looking in there. It's looking all right. It should work, but it's not. So if you get stuck here, there is a few more ways where you can get help. You can get to you can go to phpc.chat, where you find the nice fellows. You can go, if you're on Stack Overflow, there's Room 11. Room 11, there's a lot of PHP core developers hanging around. You can talk to them and ask them exactly this stupid question that I had. What's going on? I checked the source code even, and this looks like it's making my case, but it's not. The thing that is going on, what I learned then, is that this is the right thing, technically, but actually what's happening here is PHP is a copy on write language, and PHP also does copy on write for auto-generated superglobals. So the moment that in user space I'm assigning gzip to the HTTP accept encoding key in the $_server superglobal, PHP will not change the internal original of the $_server, but it will create a copy for me to use in userland. So I can change whatever I want here. I cannot influence PHP or PHP core's behavior. So one thing that I learned then is there is, so it looked a bit like a sad end to the story, but I still wanted to get this test written. So I looked into the documentation of the PHP, and there is more sections in PHP files. And one of the sections is the env section. So we can set environment variables, and the test runner will set this environment variable for us. And luckily, environment variables will end up in the $_server superglobal as well, with exactly the name of the environment variable. So magically now there is an environment variable that's called HTTP accept encoding, and that will end up in the $_server superglobal once PHP starts. So with that knowledge, we are not playing with the $_server superglobal anymore at runtime, so it should all be all right. Let's run the test again and see what it says. Oh, and it failed again. Let's have a look at the log file. Okay, that's weird. Anyone has a lucky guess what's going on here? Exactly, that's gzip output. When I was seeing this, I got a heart attack. I was like, crap, I'm never gonna finish this. Okay, so we need to turn it off again. This will be a bit more work. This should do it, I think. So we turn it off. A should be false. We turn it on. B should be gzip, and then we turn it off again so that we actually see the output. Yay! Okay, let's try and switch back. Ah, yeah, working. Okay, so this is the test, how you can find it in the repository, in the PHP source repository. There is 3 more of these files. So sadly, I was not able to shrink this into just one test because we cannot influence the $_server superglobal from userland. But there is just more files, it's just copy paste. So there is one with HTTP accept encoding being gzip, one without any HTTP accept encoding, and one with HTTP accept encoding being BR broadly, because Chrome browsers tend to send this. But CLib, the CLib extension doesn't know what BR is, so it returns also false in that case. So there's no 4 of these test files in there. And after that, it got merged into PHP, and the next code coverage report showed a lot of blue, not green, but blue, like it's covered, so I don't care about the color. And yeah, that's starting from PHP 7.3. It's covered now. So what did I learn on the way writing this test? So first of all, yeah, what looks simple might be complex. I thought this was just a simple switch statement on a variable. How hard can it be? It took me a while. The other thing is superglobals are copy on write. I knew that PHPs are copy on write language, but I didn't know that this is also true for the superglobals that we have. But actually that makes sense because it makes those superglobals, the $_server, $_get, post, all of these things, immutable to the userland. So you cannot do this crazy thing like the client sends you an HTTP request with I do not accept any encoding, but I don't care, I'm going to send you gzip. Also, there are modify handlers for INI settings. This INI setting that failed in the beginning, that was also interesting. If you roam the source code, you can find that some of the INI settings actually have handlers written in C that check the surrounding conditions if you're actually allowed to change the thing, or if you're not. Most of the time back then, I was just thinking that I'm going to call INI set, it's going to change some variable, and from now on, PHP is behaving differently. But that's not necessarily true. The other question that you could ask is, what do you gain if you start writing tests? So first of all, if you start writing tests for the PHP core, the core will be more stable and reliable. Those things will not break with the next release magically, because now there is a test that will fail. Someone will think about why it's failing and fix it. So it will not just start burning and not working anymore. The other thing is you gain a deeper understanding of how PHP works internally. There's a lot of stuff to learn if you go below into these layers and check out what they are doing. So one example is that I was earlier, in the 2010th, I was working on an importer that accepted zip files. So we created a class that used that's just started an unzip binary and wrapped the unzip call to unzip files temporarily on the disk in a temporary directory. Then you had to make sure that there's no collisions with other processes that are unzipping binaries, just doing shell calls to the unzip binary. But then I learned that but just by checking the code coverage report, that there is a zip archive class that allows you to do all of this in memory, which was super amazing. It missed a few tests, so I wrote 1 to 2 tests for the zip archive class, committed them, and suddenly I could get rid of this ugly thing wrapping shell calls. The other thing is the PHP file format that we just seen, or that the PHP core uses to write its tests, is not necessarily restricted to the PHP core itself. PHP unit has a test runner to execute PHP files, so you could use that in your own CLI applications. As well as a big part of PHP unit is tested using PHP files, and that is basically how I became a contributor to PHP unit, by writing tests for PHP unit in the PHP file format that I just learned. And last but not least, I guess the best thing that's in for you when you start writing tests for PHP is that you can call yourself a PHP contributor. And that's all, folks. Thank you very much. There's phptestfest.org. It's a bit outdated, but it's still true, everything. The qa.php.net has the definition of the PHP file format. There's way more sections than just the few we saw. And you can find me and the slides of this talk at .box.org. Do we have any questions?
For like the gzip example, is it better to turn it off like you did, or just do like a gzip like decoder and see if the output matches? Or would that then be testing like two functions?
You could match against the gzip output, but then nobody understands what that's anymore.
Okay.
So I would disable that so that it's actually human readable what's going on there. Like you could match. I mean, gzip will always create exactly this output.
Or could you just run the function that like ungzips, or like a?
That's a bit more complicated because then you would have to write all of that into an output buffer, then fetch it from the output buffer back and zip.
Okay.
Then technically it would be possible, but it would be a lot more.
Okay.
So you shown how to test PHP from like a PHP perspective. Do you also test like in C functions or?
No. No, there is no C test suite in the PHP core at this point in time. It's all just PHP. The code coverage report is then for C, because so PHP is basically testing itself while it's executing PHP code. So there is some functions in the PHP core that are actually pretty hard to test, because it's hard to create a test case in PHP to get there, but nobody complained so far. I guess that's all. Then, oh, there's another question.
How did you go about learning the very specific dialect of C that PHP internals uses? Like, it's not necessarily a dialect, but they have a lot of macros and like. It takes a while.
There's a lot of macros down there. So you can ask the people in Stack Overflow and Room 11. Usually people know a lot about these macros. If you have a language server protocol, LSP installed for C, that can help as well. Bit of the problem is there's a lot of recursion in there. So there's macros and macros and macros. So it takes a while to get all through this. You could ask ChatGPT, maybe it knows something about it. If in doubt, just ask in Room 11, the people over there that, like, what's going on? I have no idea.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Then thank you very much for having me.
Struggle busting my way through some Rust code. I just want to turn it into a string so I can put it in a fucking list, Rust.
A moment later to...
Yeah. I think we have to do this, and then after this we can do it. Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you. I told my colleagues conference works because
we might not have a solution.
No, but
I think what it might be is X-frame options, or yeah, I think it might be like CSP or X-frame options.
Well, I did notice that it behaves differently on Chrome and Firefox.
Yeah.
But that's just because I have a lot of ad blocking on my Chrome. And so on Firefox it did something different, but still.
There's also like the Jira connection flow also requires third-party cookies.
Also requires?
Requires third-party cookies because Jira is all sandboxed iframes. That's how they do everything.
Oh.
So there's supposed to be what's supposed to happen when that error shows up is there's supposed to be an embedded view of Sentry inside of Jira, and it's done through a sandboxed iframe. And that sandboxed iframe is fragile as heck.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I thought we fixed the X-frame options for self-hosted, but we might not. So it might be like, yeah, it's broken, and I'll just have to fix it. Sadly, I know too much about how Jira works. Oh boy.
Well, I've been debugging Confluence Glyphy diagrams for the last 2 weeks.
Oh no.
We migrated and half of them don't work and half of them do.
Oh no. What's the worst?
Now I figured out if I sync from the attachments and rename it to .glyphy and re-import it, then it works. But I'm not going to do that for hundreds of documents.
Are you going to write a script now?
I have no idea. Sorry. I guess there's an API probably will work.
Jira's just so easy. Yeah, I got one.
If anyone wants to see the cake or take a picture before we destroy it. Everybody kind of cram in for a picture. You guys want to? Tim, go. Okay, yeah. Awesome, okay.
Oh, later.
Here, do it again with Larry this time.
This time we'll feel it. Larry's just like struggling.
Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3.
Larry's just like, I got something.
Cake.
Mark has officially cut the cake. I hope you're enjoying your cake at home, and thank you for joining us for CakeFest 2024 in Luxembourg. Bye.